Well, everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting for Tuesday, May the 12th, 2026. And we are going to start off by having a motion to go in camera. So I'm looking at motion by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Strange, that we go in camera. We will be going in camera in Committee Room 2 downstairs tonight. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. We will resume at 4 p.m. back in these chambers. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Just one other further resolution there. We're just preparing for a special meeting on July 28th, on May 28th. First, Council did make a motion last meeting that they wanted to meet out at the old landfill on Mountain Road. So we would have a resolution for that to be a special meeting or an education session, technically in camera. And then July 28th, there'll be a special meeting called to discuss the official plan. And I'm just preparing a resolution there to possibly go in camera in case there's an education portion to that as well. So if we could get a motion to pass that next resolution, item 2.2 on today's agenda.
Okay, so I've got a motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Newestag. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Okay, so that's approved as well. And we'll see you. We're now adjourned for our open session. We'll go in camera. We'll be back at 4 p.m. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. We just concluded our in-camera council meeting downstairs and went a little longer than planned, so I'd like to apologize. Especially, I see we've got some canine friends in the audience, and I know we've kept everybody waiting, so I do apologize for that. We're ready to start our regularly scheduled meeting, and we do it in the traditional way of singing of O Canada, our national anthem. And today we've got a special guest singer who's going to sing for us for the very first time, Ora Firi. Ora Firi is a 17-year-old grade 12 student at Niagara Christian Collegiate. She has a strong passion for math, chemistry, and biology. She's recently been admitted into University of Waterloo, and then she'll be going to Grenada. She will become a doctor. That's the plan. And I let her know about the second part of the plan, that she'll return to Niagara Falls to practice. She didn't know about that part, but she does now. Ora Firi has sung in church both in Nigeria and in Canada, as well as during chapel services at school. She represented her school in Nigeria and her country at the COBIS Music Festival in Doha, performing on an international stage. In addition to her live performances, Ora Firi has released a single titled Hope. Hope this meeting doesn't go too long tonight. Hope is available on all streaming platforms. She's passionate about using her voice to inspire and uplift others. So, ladies and gentlemen, stand if you can. Please welcome Ora Firi as she sings O Canada, our national anthem.
Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow. Ora Firi, you're very talented. That was beautiful. You could tell you sang that from down deep. Made us all very proud to be Canadian and proud that you're here representing the city, and you'll be representing us in Waterloo, Grenada, and then back in Niagara Falls. Congratulations, and thank you to you and your family. Thank you. Well, you are more than welcome to stick around and experience the rest of the meeting, or I'd suggest start the car. Thank you. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who is Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Ani, bonjour. Nawi kapo nadijnakas. Makwadodam nimkidodam. Nagardonjaba. Mix European Anishinaabe Kwayandao. My spirit name is She Who Is in the Center. My French-English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I am an artist, curator, producer, and storyteller of mixed Indigenous and European ancestry with Nipissing Algonquin roots. In my teachings, we are reminded that every decision that we make, we must consider the impacts it will have on the next 7 generations. We strive for Mino Bimatsuwin, to live a good life, one that seeks balance with all life forces, and a life that truly matters. It means leading from the heart, seeing, listening, feeling, speaking, and acting with good intentions, and never for self-serving reasons. Ichi-Manitou, the Creator, gave all creation gifts to share with one another, and with those gifts come responsibilities. The first is gratitude. Let's give gratitude for the life-sustaining gifts that Mother Earth provides. She is our greatest teacher, demonstrating generosity each day without ever asking anything in return. We as human beings must learn from our older and wiser relatives. We must remember that our very existence is supported by their gifts. And by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It also reminds us that what is done to one part of the web of life has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we carry this understanding into our workplace, our homes, and our daily choices, we are actively caring for the next 7 generations with love, generosity, and gratitude. Chimigwich.
We're grateful together for the land that we share.
Does she ever come to do one here, Jim?
She could. She's been to City Hall before.
That would be nice. They could come one time and do it with us, and then you play that one.
Okay, sure.
The nice thing about the Indians, the thing is they really respect their elders and the older people at the table.
Yes.
The natives, sorry.
Yes, I will suggest that idea and try to invite them out. Thank you, Counselor. We are now looking for an adoption of the minutes from our council meeting of April the 21st. A motion by Counselor Newestag, second by Counselor Dabrowski. You have a question, Counselor Lococo? Oh, no, you don't. Okay. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Any disclosures? Okay, seeing none. It's everybody's favorite part of the meeting. It's the mayor's report and announcements. Starting off with obituaries, we'd like to offer our sympathy to the families of Tony Rossetti, former city employee with our municipal works team, and Thomas Moore, the father of volunteer firefighter George Moore at Station 4. Birthdays, we'd like to acknowledge Councillor Tony Baldinelli. His birthday will be this Friday. Happy birthday, Councillor Baldinelli. And 36? Oh, wow, you've been married? Oh, 36 years. She should get an award for that. That's excellent, very good. And also to Tiffany Clark, our Director of Finance. Monday is her birthday, so happy birthday to the two of you. Events and announcements, so we do have some photos that we'll show on the screen. We had our volunteer thank you lunch at the Chippewa Legion. I'd like to thank you to the Legion volunteers. We appreciate all the work that they do around the community, including poppies. Niagara District Airport had their AGM. I was joined by Councillor Patel. That took place recently. Hard to believe that airport it's been there 97 years. And very exciting about some of our future plans to extend the runway and actually have regular daily scheduled flights. So that's stage 2. Club Italia had their annual and famous Supersata night. And if I left anyone out, let me know. I've got Councillors Patel, Strange, Cario, Newestag, and Baldinelli. Any other? No? Okay, good. Thank you to everyone who had meat sweats that night. It's a good way to go. It's a lot of fun, and it's a really good time. Fire volunteer banquet. Big thank you to all of our dedicated volunteer firefighters. Also, I was joined at that event by Councillors Lococo, Newestag, and Patel. National Day of Mourning took place in the front steps of City Hall. I was joined by Councillors Lococo and Patel. Meals on Wheels had their volunteer appreciation luncheon at Fireman's Park this past week. I was joined by Councillors Patel, Newestag, and Lococo. Provincial announcement last week at regional headquarters. Health and Safety Water Stream. I was joined by Ministers McCarthy and MPP Oosterhoff as they announced $24.5 million for the Niagara Falls wastewater treatment plant on Stanley Avenue. For anyone who's driven by there, you can appreciate it's, I'll just call it ripe. And so hopefully that'll make it less ripe when you drive by. Thundering Heights Public School, Elementary Public School, had their opening on McLeod Road. We were joined by DSBN staff, faculty, and students. It's a brand new school in the west end of Niagara Falls. It's already full of life and activity, 3 floors. The Niagara Military Heritage Center Family Day took place on Saturday, and that's out on Sodom Road at the QEW. You might have seen there's airport hangars and a big field. Well, they've been there for 16 years, and what a cool place. There's a bunch of veterans that run it. They refurbish these old war machines, tanks, trucks, guns, and they've got uniforms. What a neat place. Thanks to our veterans who have the public view at the museum. They featured a live concert band performance and a barbecue, children's amusements, tanks that you could get in and out of and explore. I was joined by Councilors Patel and Lococo, and it was a great day and a really cool experience to have that right in our backyard. That same day, right after, was the International Tug of War. That was right out on the Rainbow Bridge, 57th year. So the men and the women of Canada took home the victory this year. And of course, it's not about winning. That's the mayor of Niagara Falls, New York, Mayor Ristano. It's always funny when I travel. A lot of people don't realize there are two Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls, Canada, Niagara Falls, USA. I've had people ask me if I was Canadian, and I said, yeah. And they said, well, how can you be Canadian and be the mayor of Niagara Falls? I have to explain. There's another Niagara Falls. Most people don't know that, but there he is, and that's their chief of police. And we won the bet that day. So he had to wash my car, so it worked out good. But it's not about winning, it's about friendship and respect, and that's what it is between our law enforcement groups. They're just grateful to be together, and in the end, they're all hugging, doing a big group picture, and it's really great. I was joined by Councillor Patel out on the Rainbow Bridge, and it was a nice day, as you can see by the sky. The Niagara Folk Art Festival, that was Sunday night, the Niagara Shiv Mandir on 2nd Avenue. I know Councillor Patel was there, and Councillor Lococo was there, so thank you to councillors for being a part of that event. And I want to thank council representation. I can't be everywhere at all times, so councillors often represent the city and me. So thank you to Councillor Patel, representing the city at the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara AGM. Councillor Dabrowski, being a guest judge at Martha Colomar's student singing competition. And Councillor Newstag, representing the city at the flag raising for parental alienation and the pageant at the Armory. So thank you for those events. Did we have yeah, we had photos for those? No. And only if you guys provide them. When you go to events, you got to send photos into our office, and we'll put them up on the screen. Business milestones and events. Our convention center turned 15 years old. We were joined by Councillors Patel, Newesteg, Lococo, and Baldinelli, and it's great to have this facility to fill our hotel rooms in the shoulder season, fill our restaurants, and keep everybody employed year-round. We had the grand opening of Concept Beverages in our industrial park on Don Murray Street. I was joined by Councillors Newestag and Patel for these fizzy, unique drinks that are kind of neat. The Rehoboth Medical Clinic opened up on Morrison Street across from the Canadian Tire Plaza. This is a new doctor who will be operating in Niagara Falls. She brought her family, and she's got room to expand for other doctors as well. We're grateful that she's here. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Newestag. We had the Lions Badminton Club Niagara grand opening at the old NFCVI and Epworth Circle, also known for a while as Kingston College. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Newestag, but what's really neat about this is they had 4 former Olympic badminton players there. So they were there, and to see them smack a bird 400 kilometers an hour was spectacular to watch. But if you want some high-level coaching and opportunities, you want to check this out. Badminton's a fun sport, and they've got some professionals to help you become really good. We did have some flag raisings. We had the Polish Constitution Day. I was joined by Councillors Dabrowski and Strange at that event. We had the Parental Alienation Awareness, joined by Councillors Patel and Newestag. We had Children's Mental Health Awareness Week, joined by Councillor Newestag. And our council meeting, our next council meeting, will be Tuesday, June the 2nd. So that concludes the mayor's announcements. And now we move on to deputations and presentations. And first up, looks like I have a presentation to do. So I'd like to call up Valerie Chinaga to join me here in the center. There's an opening. You see it down there? And is your coach here today too, Valerie? Maybe your coach can come up as well? Coach Tracy Breeden? So we've got a microphone and start thinking, because you're going to say something in a minute, so it gives you time to think. So I'm going to read this bit of acknowledgement, and we do recognize local kids and people that do well in our community, and we think they should be, this should be shared with everybody so they realize we've got some real talent, we've got some great coaches, people that invest their time into the youth to make sure, and this is not just about sports, this is often about becoming good citizens. So this here is Valerie Chinaga. Am I saying that right? Okay. She is a gold medalist at the Provincial Skating Championship, so it's a pretty big deal. Today, we're thrilled to recognize her accomplishment. And I've invited her coach, Tracy Breeden, to come up along, and so we're going to have them here together as they think about what they're going to say in a minute. This outstanding athlete has been figure skating with the Niagara Falls Skating Academy for 3 years. Valerie's road to the provincials was epic, having qualified with the top score, having won competitions in Stratford, December of 2025, and Lakeshore, February of 2026. When she arrived at the provincials, Valerie competed against 30 other elite figure skaters from across Ontario. They were no match for Valerie, though. She emerged victorious as the gold medalist. What do you think of that? Pretty good? Yes? Congratulations, Valerie, on winning the Ontario Provincial Skating Championship in the Star 5 to 013 category. Did I say that right? Okay, thank you. What an honor today. On behalf of members of council and everybody at home and all of our friends here in the gallery, to recognize you on behalf of the community. We're very proud of you. You're welcome. And we know that at this level of success, it comes with a lot of hard work and dedication. We want to thank your coach, because obviously your supportive teammates, your family members, fellow skaters, everybody supported her on this incredible journey to becoming an Ontario provincial gold medalist champion. Champion, right? She's like, how did you make it echo like that? So what we'd like to do on behalf of all of us here, we'd like to present you both with a little champ's pennant. So it says both, but it looks like I only see one. So you get the pennant. Sorry, Coach. And we can see if we have another one back there. And do you see this? That says champs twice because it echoes, right? And that's the logo. And Valerie, if I see this on eBay, I'm going to know that you sold it, okay? And also, this is a little gift, and you can see Love Niagara Falls because we all love, that's for you, you got that? Love Niagara Falls. Small gift from your hometown with pride, and also for your coach, we've got you something too. This is a water bottle with Love Niagara Falls on it as well. And it's our small way of saying we recognize the hard work you put into this, the commitment, the dedication. We're proud of you. We want the world to know. Congratulations to our champions. So Valerie, were you nervous?
Yes.
What was the hardest part?
Probably just like getting there.
And are you getting there? Okay, I'm not even going to ask.
Work.
Oh, the hard work, of course, right? And what's the best part of this?
Winning.
I love it. One word answer. They bang, winning. That was good. And are you going to continue skating?
Yes.
And you think one day you're going to be a coach?
Maybe.
Okay, good. Good for you. Big hand for Valerie. So now we're going to go to our coach, and maybe you can explain to us a little bit about Valerie, what happened, and the experience.
Well, Valerie worked very hard this season. She has an amazing work ethic, so she really is able to hone her skill and craft, and she's very good under pressure competing. So she had a great season, obviously.
Fantastic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're so proud. How about a big hand for our champions? picture. Oh, come. Okay, and you two can stick around if you like. You know, yeah, start the car, exactly. All right, next up is our Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. So we've got Eileen Tinio Hind and some other people here. I notice I don't have all the names, but I see a bunch of people. So Eileen, are you going to introduce your president and your team and your cool shirts?
Mine's from last year. Thank you so much for inviting us here this evening. Oh, okay. Take two. Thank you so much once again for inviting us here this evening. We are just so excited to be here. And I'd like to introduce our chairperson, of course, Riza Gatbanton. I'm the chairperson of Community Affairs for the Ontario Festival of Culture, Arts and Sports, organizer of the Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. Taking our camera pictures is Alma, who's part of our operations team. Beng is our director, and Isabel is our youth trainee. And we are all part of the organizing team for Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. This is our 5th year, and we are just so excited. It just went so fast when we first met right after the pandemic, and we said that we need to have a festival here in Niagara Falls in 2022. And we made it on our first year. It was very successful, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and now it's our 5th year. And we are just so proud to be a locally produced, organized, built, and developed festival here in Niagara Falls. And I mean local because most of us, or no, all of us, are actually residents of the region, particularly Niagara Falls. So we are very, very pleased that we have this event here in our city every year. And because it is our 5th year, in previous years, we always had the theme of celebrating it with different cultures around the Philippines. But this year, we are focused on the Filipino-Canadian community of Niagara, and that is what we are celebrating in our Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza this year. Building it for the community, by the community.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, we would like to thank from the day one of our Fiesta Extravaganza, you've been there, you've been supporting us, and we are so grateful for that. I have a notes here. I want to make sure that I will not miss something. But again, thank you for giving us the opportunity to invite everyone today as we are celebrating our 5th year of festival this year. And as part of our presentation today, I would also like to request the city's support for a noise extension during the event hours, especially for our live performances, music, and a cultural presentation. Because we do understand the importance of being respectful to the surrounding community. And our organizing team is committed to running the event responsibly, safely, and in coordination with the city as well. And in addition to that, this year we are also proud to recognize and include our youth. And with that, I would like to welcome our youth leader for this year. We are involving them to the Fiesta Extravaganza. And moving forward, we want our Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza to be a platform where young people can participate, volunteer, showcase their talents, build confidence, and learn leadership as well at the same time, and feel connected to their culture and community. And with that, we would like to invite everyone to our 5th year. We're so excited for that. And without everyone here, you know, we're not be here. So thank you so much. We appreciate that.
And that is August 1st and August 2nd, 2026 at the Fireman's Park. And we start at 10 a.m. on Saturday, August 1st. Thank you.
Saturday, August 1st?
Yes.
And Sunday,
August 2nd.
Second.
Yes.
10 a.m. until
Until 11.
11.
Because after 11, we cannot have any more noise.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yes. We're there. Of course there are. And Zumba.
Sorry, if anybody knows anything about our Filipino friends, they love to have a good time. There's always a lot of eating, dancing, singing, pictures,
Pictures.
yeah, and even a few more pictures, yes. But it's good, though. We appreciate that, and it's always a good time. It's always a happy group. It's always a happy event. It's a lot of fun, a lot of people. So anybody that's looking for something fun to do, that would be a great opportunity. Any questions of City Council? Councilor Dabrowski.
Thanks. Through you, great job. And you mentioned 2022 and all the events basically slowed down during COVID, and it was horrible for the events industry. But it's nice to see individuals like you, homegrown, local, that come into this council chambers, and we're seeing more and more. Every time we have a council meeting, I see a community group coming forward with a new event idea or coming back for their 5th year. Question for you, do you get a lot of folks from outside the region that come to the event as well?
Yes, we do. We actually have not just from the region, but outside, like Hamilton is very strong. Population coming here. Also the 519 area code, that is Kitchener, Waterloo, London. And of course, from Toronto, we do have a lot because I know I handle the hotel accommodation for a lot of them. So.
Which is so promising to hear that it's making a huge economic and tourism impact here in the city of Niagara
Yes.
Falls. And I wonder, when groups like yourself come in, the first year for an event, it's always the most difficult. You usually break even or lose money. But coming back year after year, and now for the 5th year, I would like to see, especially since the group draws from out of town, is there, and I'm not sure if we're looking at mat tax money or if we have somewhere where we can allocate some
I think
budget.
we did.
But I would love to see this council support
Second year.
maybe $1,000 or $1,500 to help them market their event even further into the GTA and the Hamilton area, and I'll put that forward. And I'm not sure, maybe the CEO can speak to it, but it's not a large amount, but it's a big amount enough that would help you market your event, not just through the Niagara region, but to the Hamilton area and to the GTA area, because there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. Canadians are looking to travel within Canada, Ontarians are looking to travel within Ontario, and everybody's Googling right now, things to do this summer, and the Ontarians are staying home. So why not help them drive some more additional traffic from the GTA and from the Hamilton area to the Niagara region for your festival? And I'll put that motion forward. Hopefully I get a seconder. And yeah, congratulations, good job, and can't wait to see what this year has in store. And kudos to you for bringing this event to the region. And I see you're 6, 7, 8, 9, and you'll be back in 5 years celebrating the 10th anniversary.
As long as we all have our volunteers, as I said, we're a nonprofit, so we try to just have enough to pay everybody that we have to pay.
Yeah.
And all the rest are volunteers. A lot of our entertainers are volunteers. Of course, our operations team, we're all volunteers.
Great.
So we have a motion by Councilor Dabrowski, seconded by Councilor Patel. Any discussion to the motion? Councilor Lococo, oh, I'm sorry, first I got the seconder. Councilor Patel, then we'll go to Councilor Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Eileen and Risa, for coming here for the presentation. And I want to thank Councilor Dabrowski for bringing this idea forward. It's a great idea, actually, to help a group that brings so many people to the city. And event is amazing. I look forward to this Fiesta extravaganza every year. I know Councilor Strange looks forward to that indigenous dance with the stick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody's always excited about the,
The one where their bums are showing?
exactly.
Yeah.
We all look forward to it. And this is the by Niagara Falls people for Niagara. So
Niagara.
that's the best. It doesn't get better than that. And I know the Filipino community likes to work hard, party hard, and we all love partying with you, taking pictures, and enjoy all the food. I personally do come back twice during the festival in the evening when the concerts are happening, grab a drink and sit there and listen to the music. So it's a vibe, good vibe all around. And so thank you very much for organizing this festival and for 5 years and still going strong. And I hope we'll be celebrating your 10th anniversary.
Thank you. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. From the mayor to Eileen and Riza, thank you for coming. I would love to support it as well. I'm all about fairness, and I know there's different opportunities for festivals and events to get different funding models from the city. There's fee waivers, there's the Arts and Culture, Niagara Falls Cultural Development Fund. I would love to support one, but how come we haven't been supporting others? So I know there's going to be a lot of people saying, well, why aren't we getting supported? So I love the idea, but I'd like to see a more formal process that everybody can apply. I love them. I love going there. I enjoy the food, the people. I love everything about it, and they're very worthy of it, but there's other people that are worthy of it as well. So I think we should just be fair all across the board.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor, you wanted to speak to that, Councillor?
Yeah, we have to be fair, of course, but your event is in 2.5 months. So time is of the essence. I love to see this motion go forward. I would love for maybe staff to come back and we could look at other events and supporting other events, and maybe there's a litmus test or a checklist and check boxes of things that you have to cover. But I think in lieu of time, and you have a big event, you have hundreds of volunteers that are the backbone of your event. It's a homegrown, local event. It's running for 5 years. It's something that's been tested, tried, trued. I would love to support you. I'll leave that motion on the table. Happy that I got a seconder. And to Councillor Lococo's point, maybe we do look at a staff report coming back in future months. However, our tourist season kicks off now, and this festival runs in a couple of months. So I would hate to not approve it, come back and let you celebrate your 5th year anniversary and do it with a lot of marketing.
Councillor Dabrowski, did you want to add another amendment with, ask staff to come back at a future meeting?
Maybe we could come back with a staff report for local homegrown events. I think we cap it. It has to be local, it has to be homegrown, it has to be locals running the event for locals. But of course, your event's growing so large that you're drawing tourists from out of town now, so it's grown into something even bigger than they could have maybe imagined as well 5 years later. So I'd love to have that amendment.
And you good with the seconder?
I'll second that, established, not a first.
I don't want to leave it too established, but if there's a home run idea that comes to this council, I'd hate to turn it away because you have to start from square one, and they planted the seed 5 years ago and they're reaping the reward now, but I wouldn't like to turn any event away unless they're non-local.
Okay. Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, hank you for that. Councillor, hold on a sec, we got our clerk.
Might I just suggest that the mover and seconder also add in about the noise bylaw exemptions for the 2 events?
Oh,
Of course.
okay, good. It's going to be like an all-encompassing omnibus motion. Councillor Newestag.
Thank you very much, and I echo everything that they've said. I love your festival. It's already marked on my calendar. We do the dance around, so it's great. It's everything that you said it was, and thank you so much for doing it. Love this idea that Councillor Dabrowski has, but we're always looking in the destination, especially with Destination Niagara strategy, about bringing different, and we bring so many tourists here because of this, that maybe, and to support the MAT tax, have it under events, marketing festivals. So maybe the MAT tax, a category under the MAT tax, because we haven't really defined it all, having one that states events or festivals that bring in people. So adding to what Councillor Dabrowski said, that it's not just homegrown, but look at the aspect of how many people, tourists, are coming in for that. So when the staff is going back to staff, that be an element embedded in that. Thank you, and thank you so much. Great presentation.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. So if there's no further comments, then we'll call the motion. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. So Salama, appreciate you being here, and we look forward to the big festival. I know it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Don't forget your barong.
I know my barong, and I heard that our CAO might be one of the guest stick dancers in your show, too.
Okay.
That would be nice.
We have our instructors there.
Okay, good. He would love to. Yeah. All right. Next up, Mr. Clerk, we've got a addition to our agenda.
Yes, Your Worship, just a late addition there for deputation request from the Stanford Center Volunteer Firemen's Association. I think there's some representatives here to speak about the upcoming Rib Fest.
Oh, please come forward. Love to hear from you about Rib Fest. Everybody loves ribs. So if you guys could state your names for the council.
Absolutely. Mayor Diodati, esteemed members of council, city executives of Niagara Falls and staff, and fellow Niagara Falls residents, thank you for sharing your time with us today. My name is Kevin Fair, president of the Stamford Center Volunteer Firemen's Association. I am fresh from Fireman's Park, the lower park to be specific, where we're working on the lower pond and making that a better place and something for all the kids to enjoy in this awesome city of Niagara Falls. Today, though, I'm here to talk about RibFest, and with me today I have Dennis Neffen, who's coordinating our RibFest for 2026, which will be taking place May 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, and I'll turn it over to Dennis.
Sure. Thank you. Hello, my name is Dennis Neffen. Thank you guys for having me tonight. Very, very excited to be here. I represent RibFest as a coordinator. I've been volunteering with the Firemen's Association, and you know, RibFest has been a staple in this community for many years. For the better part of 2 decades, the Rotary Club has been the organizers of RibFest, and they did a fantastic job. They built an amazing brand. Speaking of hometowns, this is a hometown show for RibFest. Our most decorated rib team is from Niagara Falls, and they put on a show every year. But due to circumstances, some from COVID, you know, what happened there, the Rotary Club no longer had the means to put on RibFest. And the community is at the was about to lose it. And the Firemen's Association stepped up, said, we're going to take it on. We're going to give it a new home in Firemen's Park. And I have the privilege of traveling around all of Canada, going to RibFest events and being part of many communities. And this park is absolutely incredible. And I think, you know, with the potential, when I look around, I walk around with these guys and we see it, and they say, oh, we could have this here, this here. Like, this actually has potential to be one of, like, the region's gem for hosting major festivals, which would increase tourism, bring everything in. But more for this year, though, you know, it's a new home. We're trying to make sure that the brand doesn't get lost, that the community feel doesn't get lost. So we've been working together, and that's why we're here today, is because we've been talking about quick turnarounds. For the last couple of weeks, we've been planning this event. We're doing a really good job. But with everything from moving the destination to a new park, new home, new organization, we're feeling that we don't want to get anything lost to the community, and we want to make sure we're putting together a very great product for the community. RibFest is an economic driver. The rib teams alone, you know, they take over 200 hotel rooms at the time when they're here during the event. So that's a big amount, and it's not, you know, they don't stay at the falls; they stay at all the local or more smaller kind of hotels that really appreciate the business, us being there. As much as we all love ribs and stuff, our staff were out in your restaurants, you know, they're out doing things, and a lot of them are actually local, being here, say, a hometown show for one of our trucks. But we're actually asking you guys to help us support the event, because we want to make sure that RibFest continues to be a staple event in the community. It's here. It's a fundraiser for the Firemen's Association and the park itself. And so that's why we're here today. You know, we had sent over a presentation talking about some of the needs for this year. And some of these needs, not only are they going to help us have a very successful event, but they're also going to be kind of the blueprint for how Firemen's Park can get, you know, better situated to host major festivals in the future. So one of the requests for this year is help with sanitation. That's extra bathrooms. There already is washroom facilities at Firemen's Park, but with the increased attendance, we're looking to you know, get some support, bring in some additional bathrooms and sanitation units. I think this is good too, because even for like the Filipino festival, they have a high attendance too, and they're going to have to bring in these stuff too. So if we can actually use this as a platform or blueprint to, you know, design Firemen's Park as a destination festival grounds, it's going to help even them with their events in the future, with lowering their costs, because, you know, we bring in these units, it's like over $6,000 just for a handful of portable washrooms. So there's a lot of expenses to go with these events, and it's a lot of hours, a lot of hard work. So we're actually looking for some support with sanitation, as well as security. You know, I think all over Canada, we're recognizing that our country just, you know, we're dealing with some times where we just need increased security. We really want to focus on the safety of the community and, you know, make sure everything's there for that. So some help with security we're looking for as well. And then Firemen's Park, as much as it is a beautiful destination, a great park, one of the challenges is the parking. So what we're trying to do is figure out a way to, and I think in the past they've done it with the city, where we've marked off part of the field for extra overflow parking. And that's one thing we're hoping the city can assist us with again. In the past, they've kind of mapped out the parking areas where cars can go. And this way we keep everything in a safe and orderly fashion too, because like I said, safety is our number one concern when it comes to these kind of things. And also we want the accessibility of the park so everyone in the community can come enjoy it, come down for a rack of ribs or bring your kids for the bouncy castles, all those kind of great things, and be able to, you know, come and go to the event safely. And I think going through that, and one of the biggest part of RibFest is the community aspect. So it's not just, it is a culinary extravaganza thing. It's, we have lots of rib teams, local food vendors, tons of them showcasing their foods, products. But the biggest draw too is the entertainment for the community. So that's all the free stuff for the kids, the bouncy castles, the performers, face painters, all those kind of stuff. And that kind of programming comes from sponsorship. Now with the quick turnaround this year, bringing in the event and helping with the Firemen Association, our sponsorship has been down drastically. And it's not because people don't want to get involved, just the turnaround was too tight. A lot of companies make their budgets for sponsorship in the previous year or the beginning of the year. And coming out here in May and June asking for support, they've all kind of said, yeah, for next year we'd love to be part of this, but for this year, is this too quick? So we know the future looks very bright and very sustainable as a festival. So part of asking for some support this year is kind of helping us establish the event again in Fireman's Park. So almost more like helping us build a well than asking for water, because we want to make sure that RibFest is its own self-sustainable event moving forward. The community aspect of that, and it's very expensive when it comes to production and band fees and all that kind of stuff. So we're looking for some support all around, kind of as a whole for the event. And lastly, you guys have a great parks and bylaw. We're looking for an exemption to be able to put out bag signs around the city. And if there is any kind of support with bylaw to help us make sure they're going into the right spots, they want to tell us where they'd like them and not have them, that'd be great. And then also take them and bring them back for us. So that's kind of our ask now. We really appreciate your time, but RibFest has been a staple in this community for almost 2 decades, and we'd love to see it stay here and stay a free community event for everyone to enjoy.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you to Kevin. I've got Councillor Patel and then Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kevin and Devin, for the presentation, and thank you so much for taking over the RibFest. As a Rotarian, I was part of RibFest a couple of the time, and it is a lot of work. It's months of planning, there were hundreds of volunteers who volunteer multiple hours a week. It is lots of, it's a big undertaking, especially for Rotary Club, and the membership is aging. And as you said, the cost you're mentioning in the report, cost was one of the biggest factors that they had to walk away from the RibFest, because when we did the Niagara Parks at the Rapids parking lot, security was a big cost with the fencing, and the return was so little. And I'm so glad that it's in a good hands, because everything that Firemen's Association does a great job at. So I'm really happy that you're taking over this. And do you think you could really move on to the Father's Day maybe in the future? Because it's always been a tradition to have RibFest on the Father's Day weekend. You think you'll move on one day to the Father's Day weekend?
It could. The park is constantly changing in what's happening and the events that happen there. So as we progress, it would be nice to move it down further into maybe a little warmer time of the season, right? So that would be a great thing to take, and I'll bring that back to our booking people, to bring that to them, that's
Thank you so much, because
probably a better fit.
It has been tradition for lots of people to go to RibFest on Father's Day weekend, right? So it will be great to continue on that tradition. And for me, it's great whatever you're doing, everything you're doing, great. I'm very grateful for what you're doing, and I personally would like to support all the recommendation here, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to put forward the motion.
So we have a motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Newestag. And now to speak to this, I've got Councillor Lococo, Dabrowski, and Newestag. Okay,
Thank you,
Councillor.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. Again, I love Ribstock, I love Fireman's Park, but again, I'm going to go- Ribfest. Again, I'm going to go on that we do have a process. There is a fee waiver process that is coming up in a couple of months that this could be there. I would prefer that this be deferred to staff, to get our staff comments about how they can assist and put it through the fee waiver. I don't feel comfortable in approving it, even though you might be very worthy of it. It's a great event. I don't feel comfortable approving it as it's sitting now. Let's go to the fee waiver and talk to our staff to see how they can assist.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And if the motion should not be successful, then we could bring something forward. I've got Councillor Dabrowski and then Newestag.
Yeah, through you, and I'm all about process, but I'm also very aware that the event's in 2 weeks. Thanks for the presentation. It's great. Don't have any questions. To Councillor Patel's point, it's a Father's Day tradition, but I'm just glad we're not losing the event, because there's nothing worse than an event coming in for 10, 15, 20, 25 years, and then over money or COVID, losing that event. So you're coming back, you're looking for solutions, you found a location, you found a venue, which I think is an ideal venue. My question would be, maybe to staff, how do we use this as a litmus test? And I think the event will be highly successful. People are looking forward to it. I already hear the marketing, see the marketing. But how do we use this as a marker where we can utilize Fireman's Park and the porta potties and the rivers and the food vendors to create a floor plan that we could use as a city. So when we have local organizations or event planners to come into the city that want to use Fireman's Park as an events ground, and I think it will be one of the key feature events grounds in the city for years to come, how can we work with this organization in 2 weeks to ensure that, although you'll be making all the decisions in terms of where everything goes and what the floor plan layout is and where parking is and shuttle buses, but how does our staff work with the Stamford Center Volunteer Fires Association to ensure that we're aware of what they're doing and that we can help future events moving forward as well? Is there a way we can help them in terms of offering support? I'm in full favor of everything that's outlined here. I can't wait to see this event come back, but how do we use this as an educational tool for us here at the city if more events are coming into the city?
Almost like a template that we could use throughout the summer. Yeah.
And we don't want to step on your toes. We're not micromanaging. We're here to support, but at the same time, you can educate us and educate our staff on how things can look moving forward. So.
I think our CAO's anxious to answer this.
Okay.
Yeah.
There might be a plan in place already.
Well, it's done through two things. One is the capital planning process. We do get capital requests from the board of Fireman's Park. On an annual basis, we put that in, and they request certain things, and we decide that it's generally prioritized by them. And I've asked for now a number of years a multi-year capital plan from the Volunteer Association, so we can better plan out. They're still kind of working on the multi-year plan because that would actually give us some direction versus I need something today or. And then we do have regular meetings with staff and Fireman's Park on coordination of activities there because we do undertake a number of activities in coordination with them. So there's already a working group there. But for stuff like if we're looking at a platform where overflow parking is going to be a requirement, that's something that should be fed into the capital plan and the overall strategic plan for Fireman's Park so that we're not painting lines on grass and doing that on a regular basis. So that would be something that should be prioritized by the group and then fed into our capital plan.
Either way, congrats. Thanks for bringing it back and look forward to it in 2 weeks. And if there's anything we can do in terms of communication on our Facebook pages, social media, Instagram, TikTok, we could, perfect. So we'll prioritize that, I'm sure, if it goes through.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Newestag.
Thank you. So actually, Councillor Dabrowski brought up my question, but anyway, I do want to thank you, and I also want to volunteer my services for, I think, 20 years. I've been always as a Rotarian part of the 50-50, so if you're doing 50-50 draw, which was always one of our fundraisers at the Rib Fest, I'm volunteering my service. I think Councillor Patel has also done it, so you can count on us to come out and help you if you need volunteers.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, is there anyone else, and then I'll come back to you. Anyone else wanting to speak? Okay, Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one final comment. With the Rotarians, I know part of the issue was funds, that they were low on funds. This comes up to almost $15,000 plus a lot of in-kind. I wonder how Rotary would feel if they were given $15,000 to continue this and in-kind. So, it was given from Rotary to somebody else because of the cost of it, and now the city is giving money to support it. So I'm just having a challenge with this.
Councillor Newestag, you under?
Yes, just to that point, through you, Mr. Mayor, it was more than just the cost, it's volunteers. The Aging Service Club is just not able to get the volunteers out. So I think that had more to do with it than the cost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so if we don't have any further comments, we're going to call the vote on the motion moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Newestag? Yes, right? Okay, so we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that's approved. So I would suggest that you guys start coordinating pretty quickly because your event is like right around the corner. It is it's not this weekend, it's the following weekend. So May 22nd through the 24th, Fireman's Park, Friday to Sunday. So I'd suggest that you get with our staff and plan out all the things that's been approved in this letter. And we wish you well, and we're going to help promote you on our channels as well at the city. We know it's a great park, it's a great event, it's a great cause, and we're glad that it's still going to be alive and around for the future.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Look at that lady's making a break for the door. We'll see you. Is the dog, were the dogs part of that, Henry?
No. No, we're just here observing today.
Go for a walk. Oh, good. No, I don't have any trees. Okay. All right, thank you, Henry. Thank you. Bella and Willow. Okay, next on the agenda is report 2026-07, water, wastewater, stormwater master servicing plan and wet weather strategy. So to speak to this is Mark Zamich.
Zamoich. Yep.
Zamoich.
Pretty close.
You.
Thank you.
Close, not bad. So-so.
Excellent.
So the floor is yours. Do we have any staff going to be introducing this, or we're going to? Yeah. Just go right to it. Okay, go right to it then.
Thank you very much.
Floor is yours. Yeah. Yeah.
This is my clicker here. Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Mark Zamoich. I'm a consultant with GEI Engineering Limited, and I'm the PM for the master servicing plan, water, wastewater, and stormwater for the city of Niagara Falls. And I have a slideshow to present to you guys today to talk through it. The master plan itself is currently wrapping up. We are finalizing our documentation with city staff. So I was going to go through some of the background, some of the results, and what our next steps are for the study itself. So the water, sanitary, and stormwater master plan really does focus on growth to 2051. So it is a combined state of good repair and growth project, but really with the growth as the driver to identify the timing, the costing, and the need for infrastructure out to 2051. The tasks listed there on the right side of the screen there predominantly consist of hydraulic modeling, so water, wastewater, and stormwater hydraulic modeling, updates of the model, and then analysis of the systems. Review of the growth and the planning forecasts within the city, define those level of service and the servicing policies within the city for the infrastructure itself, and then development of the capital program. So essentially the list of projects that are required in order to deliver the servicing out to 2051. Our flow chart here showing the analysis on the left side, as I mentioned in the previous slide, about reviewing of the planning, looking at the customer and the technical levels of service, as well as the policies. Development of the plan itself in the middle box is the programs themselves. So state of good repair, so SOGR, is state of good repair. So what is needed for some of the existing servicing needs, as well as growth. Looking at a sewer separation framework, so separation of some of the combined sewers within the network. The I&I, oh, we lost it. Oh, there we go. I&I, or inflow and infiltration reduction program within the city, and then also alignment with the regional servicing plan. So we're well aware that there is a regional network that surrounds and that is within our the city of Niagara Falls system, so we want to align with that plan. The key box on the right side is about what this plan informs. So it does inform the development charges, so the DCs and how that growth gets paid for, subsequent studies like secondary plans within key areas, as well as that 10-year capital plan. So how is that funding going to come, or where's that funding going to go? What projects are prioritized for the next 10 years? The state of good repair program to look at your existing assets, ensure that they're maintained in proper or working order. And it also informs the regional master plan, which is underway with Niagara region. Talking about some of the growth, so our slide on growth here, you can see on the map on the right-hand side, the area is in red, looking at some of the corridors and nodes of intensification. So the red squares and red polygons there are showing some of the growth areas in the existing area. And the yellow is some of the greenfield growth areas within Niagara Falls. So it's a significant growth out to 2051. So under existing, we're at about 97,000 residential, 38,000 jobs, and looking at going to 2051 of 178 and 72. So significant growth within the city, and we want to make sure that our infrastructure can support that. In addition to 2051, the plan also reviewed and looked at some of the 2081 projections, which are very, very far out there, but they're really looking at that as a sensitivity analysis. So the consultant team received planning forecast from the City of Niagara Falls throughout the study, made sure we analyzed the system accordingly, and then made the recommendations in order to meet that. So the system and the recommendations I'm going to go through now consisted of mainly 5 components. So water, wastewater, stormwater, inflow and infiltration reduction, as well as sewer separation. So the first slide here talks about the water program. Our table on the right is divided up into the 0 to 10 year window and then the 10 plus years. And then the columns down the left with yellow, we've also reviewed who that infrastructure primarily supports. So if you have an existing water main in the downtown area with minimal to no growth, we've also looked at that as an upgrade that would support existing customers only. So we've categorized all of the upgrades and all of the capital plan into the categories of supporting existing customers in yellow, in green, supporting existing, as well as for growth or improvement of resiliency within the area. So a bit of a blend of benefiting existing and growth. And then in the red, supporting the growth areas themselves. So we've got the 3 categories of the beneficiary, and as well as the timeline 0 to 10, 10 plus. The upgrade descriptions at a high level are listed on the right, so looking at replacement of aging water mains, upsizing some of the existing water mains within the system itself, construction of the new water mains in greenfield growth areas, and then looking at looping and resiliency and security of supply. So our water per capital program summarized with the 0 to 10 of 150 million, and then the 10-year capital plan beyond the 10 years is 167 million. Moving on to the wastewater side, so we've got a similar setup with 0 to 10, 10 plus, with the 3 different categories of the beneficiaries of the different infrastructure of 90 million and then 84 million. Similar style on the left side with the bullets of or the types of projects that are being recommended. So upsizing of some of the undersized sewers, looking at construction in new greenfield areas, flow monitoring program to see exactly the flow that's in those pipes today, and as well as coordination with the region for downstream sewage pump station capacity upgrades as they come up. Similar with stormwater, 0 to 10 and 10 plus, 79 million and 65 million. And similar recommendations where we're looking at existing storm sewer upgrades, looking at existing storm facilities, stormwater ponds, as well as extension of stormwater mains into greenfield growth areas. That's the 3 categories. And the 4th, we do want to talk about inflow and infiltration. And just as a bit of a refresher for those of you that are not as completely familiar with inflow and infiltration, it really is groundwater and rainwater getting into our sewer systems where we don't want it. There are many different pathways that inflow and infiltration can get into the sewers, and our little cutaway drawing shows the sewers underground with potential aging cracks, some roots getting into the pipes, so water can get into those pipes many different ways. And our I&I program and investigation and remediation aims to find the source of those problems and fix them. So we also did, as part of the master plan study, an inflow and infiltration capital program. So on the table on the right, we're looking at flow monitoring. So where do we experience, investigating, finding the areas where we have high I&I, investigating those sewers, and then potentially rehabbing them. So an estimated total cost of 73 million throughout the city that is to be prioritized on an area-by-area basis. So lots of investigations required. This is also in coordination with the region master plan. So the Niagara region also recommends I&I. So it is a bit of a collaborative effort with the city and the region to make sure we're trying to get that I&I out of the system. So you're not pumping it, you're not treating it. So it's a mutually beneficial for both the local and the region. And the last element is the sewer separation. So the City of Niagara Falls has some combined sewers, so that's where you have a single pipe that transports both sewage and rainwater. So there are areas in the older system of Niagara Falls where there are catchments that have the combined sewers. So part of the study was to review a sewer separation prioritization plan. So the map on the right is showing the different areas color-coded by the catchment areas, and we've looked at and reviewed a lot of the data that goes into them and prioritize them based on potential risk of surcharging and of benefit of sewer separation. So lots of benefits to separate those sewers, reduce the risk of flooding and surcharging, reduce pumping costs, as mentioned, and it gives you extra capacity for, potentially gives you extra capacity for growth. So separation is a big cost item and is a pretty important part of this project. In summary, for our preliminary capital program, so the list of the catchment areas is down on the left, with the approximate length of sewer potentially required to be upgraded if those sewers were to be separated, and then the cost estimate on the right side. So this is a complete separation program with an ultimate wish list of everything there. So from there, the city then works with the prioritization plan to look at which ones would be best suited to further investigate and to complete the next steps. So that could be something like an environmental assessment, and then a more focused review of the details about how that could be separated. So this is the first overarching high level for the separation plan. And then something like the Corwin Drive EA is underway right now, where the city's already taken steps to focus on certain areas and look at separation of those catchments. So this is everything, and then we narrow down in our focus on some of the particular areas. And then the capital program overview. So this is the entire capital program by program area: water, wastewater, stormwater, the I&I reduction, and then the separation. Broken out into timelines. So we do have some of the 0 to 10 years and then 10 plus, as well as the city costs. So we've reviewed what that benefit to existing is. So there are some of the state of good repair where you've got existing projects that are to be replaced, as well as some that are split with benefit to existing and DC. So we've got them all split up, and the totals there at the bottom. Our next step. So this, as mentioned, was the master plan and the sort of the framework for the next iterations of analysis. So what we do now, because we're approaching completion with the document itself, we're going to be filing the master servicing plan report with the MECP. And then a critical step is the middle bullet there, is undertaking that financial strategy, support that 10-year program, and incorporate some of the prioritized projects into the city's budget. So the next steps for city staff is really to look at where do we want to prioritize, what can we work with within our budget, and then work with the plan that we've set out, and then prioritize some of those projects. Also important to note is that these master plans typically are updated every 5 years. So we look at new planning forecasts. So if there are modifications to planning forecasts or working with the region on their master plan, these get updated and re-reviewed to see if any of the recommendations change. If there's a key intensification area that's going to put added strain on some of the water and sewer, additional studies happen right after the master plan's filed or within the interim to see if there's any updates required to the project list, sizing, timing, etc. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newstag and Lococo.
Yes. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was wonderful. I have a couple questions. So this one chart that you have on the sewer separation, you talked about prioritizing. So I'm just looking, for example, Main Street, they have percentage of sewers at risk of flooding. That has one of the highest at number 9, but yet it's considered a medium priority. So it's not based on the number of sewers at risk of flooding in terms of priority. So how do you determine priority?
Mr. Mayor, the prioritization was done as a weighted matrix of evaluation. So that is one element of it. There is total length, there is risk of flooding, the existing catchment area, the amount of growth, the size of the sewers, and the total flow. So there are a lot of different elements that go into that prioritization, and we have a pretty broad matrix that weighs into it. It's not simply just one item.
Okay. Also, you said that you can detect pipes that are cracked. How do you through you, Mr. Mayor, how do you determine pipes that are at risk from, like, you can see underground?
No, Mr. Mayor, yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, CCTV camera. So the most typical and the most common way is to run a CCTV camera through the sewer, and there's a whole protocol for how you identify cracks and defects and issues within the pipe where you can see water coming in, and there's a whole process. So a lot of times there's a pretty significant CCTV program within municipalities to find out where those problems are. And so that's one of the first steps.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, so just going back to what happened in Calgary, the 2024 issue with their, so they had reported that their asset management, that their pipes were in good condition. So are we, and that's concerning, because if they were good and that happened, that's of great concern. What is the likelihood of that happening here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the likelihood of, I'm assuming, the water main break, the big trunk water
that
main.
we couldn't see that, because they claimed it to be good, and yet it was catastrophic.
That can happen, and it is a joint effort for both the city and the region to maintain their assets in a good state of, in a state of good repair. There are lots of programs that are going on now to detect leaks, to make sure that pipes are lined, that pipes are checked. There's no guarantee that it'll never happen, but the city and the region do their best within budget to make sure that they can not only identify areas of concern, but also one of the items we talk about a lot in infrastructure planning, especially on the water side, is system resiliency or security, or we're going to call redundancy, where if you've got a water main, a big trunk water main that's got services a lot of people, you don't want to have just one. You want to have, second, third feeds that, especially if you have an older pipe, even if it is in good shape, you don't want to be you don't want to be reliant on one single piece of infrastructure, because if it does break, then you're in trouble. So a lot of times, a lot of the infrastructure planning principles are about looping and ensuring that there is good security. So if it does go down, you've got a backup. If it goes down, you've got water storage, so facilities that can help in that outage. So it's not a guarantee it'll never happen, but we try to do our best to make sure that if it does, we mitigate the risk as best possible. And this plan is largely about that as well. If you look at the state of good repair, the older water mains are on the list for replacement. Those are sometimes they're smaller water mains. The Niagara region doesn't have the big trunk water mains City of Niagara Falls doesn't have the larger trunk mains that Calgary has. Those are region priority, but still, you don't want to have as many. You don't want to have those outages.
Right, that's reassuring. And through you, Mr. Mayor, again, going back to that chart of, I just lost it. There are two, so Stanley Avenue and I think, which is a regional road. So is this under the region or it's under our municipality to?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The assets are divided up based on, not necessarily based on the regional roads themselves. I think there's some city assets are on regional roads, and vice versa. So it's more based on size and the ownership of the asset itself, not necessarily the road that it's on.
So then the region would be responsible for taking care of the sewer separation on?
Not necessarily. The separation is about the assets themselves. So the sewer assets, whether they're on, it might be a bit more complicated for areas where they have a regional road with a city local asset. But that would maybe have to be under further investigation for that.
And through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a huge amount of money, and I know we're looking at DCs so there's a lot of variables in terms of funding it.
Correct.
Such as DCs or grants. What contingencies do we have should through DCs we don't have them because growth has decreased or and grants don't come through? What happens in these cases? Do you look at funding models as you're preparing all of this?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The funding sources are not as much reviewed through this plan. Like, we do identify that if it's a growth project, DCs should fund it. However, if DCs don't come, that means growth isn't coming. That means a lot of those projects aren't going to be needed either. So the strictly growth-related projects, like a water main extending into a greenfield growth area, if the growth isn't there, you shouldn't need the water main. However, the state of good repair, that is a lot of existing, that is a lot on the water rates and tax base, but that is part of the existing state of good repair program that the city is already undertaking and doing a good job on right now. So if the funding slows down, if DCs slow down, the expectation is that the growth isn't there and the infrastructure isn't needed to be there either to support it.
Okay, great. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to the presenter, thank you so much. I think this is one of the most important reports that we will ever look at, our water and our wastewater. I do have a couple of questions. I was on the phone with Ms. Gudgeon for quite a while, and she answered a lot of my questions, so I won't talk about those, but I do have some important ones that I wanted to bring up. The plan that is in front of us, it doesn't include the destination Niagara. And the reason why I'm asking that is the province has unwrapped this destination Niagara that we're going to be doubling our visitors in a certain period of time. This doesn't talk about the infrastructure that is going to be required for that destination Niagara marketing. So where will we be with this plan? It's just for our Niagara Falls growth within a certain period of time. Will we be renewing this plan to include a destination Niagara marketing plan? And if so, will the province be contributing money because that's part of their destination Niagara? We will benefit, I'm not saying we won't, but to double our visitors, our infrastructure is not going to be able to handle that.
Mhm.
So where do we go with this destination Niagara?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to answer the first question about the funding from the province. That I don't have the answer to, whether or not the province will or won't fund anything. I think that's just as uncertain as anything. As far as the destination Niagara, some of the hubs or intensification areas or new ideas that come forward, this happens a lot with master plans. It happens every master plan that I've seen or infrastructure planning study has had a planning forecast that has been agreed upon, and then you start to analyze the system, and then midway through there's this area, there's another area, there's what about this intensification hub that we want to look at. That is always in the back of our minds when we're looking at master plans, and we understand that it is a reality that planning numbers change. They always change, and there's always new things to look at. So as part of this plan, we drew the line in the sand of where the planning sits, analyze the system, and have a plan to start from. Subsequent to this study and the plan going forward, other studies may need to be looked at for site-specific areas. So if there are new planning forecasts or something so intense that is going to drive infrastructure upgrades, staff would need to look at another separate study for that particular area and see how it impacts the local network. But in addition, that could also be something that the region master plan may need to look at as well, because it's not just one. There's two sets of infrastructure. There's local and then there's regional, and that's also very important. If it sounds like it's as big as we say, the Niagara region master plan would need to account for that as well.
Okay.
So CAO would like to also weigh in on that, Mark.
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. You have to remember, in our core area, we have a number of hotels that were pre-approved with significant demand. So we already have a number of hotels that were pre-approved that are factored into some of those calculations, though they haven't been built. Destination Niagara might free that up. So there is a lot of calculations that staff are aware of in that Fallsview core, because I think, if I remember correctly, there's 11 hotels approved with like 3,000 or 4,000 rooms. So some of that's been, some of that's known to the staff and factored into long-term plans. So.
Okay, thank you. I know that some of our residents are asking where will the burden on the taxpayers be because of bringing all the tourism. It benefits our city, but we just want to make sure that if it is a provincial mandate of Destination Niagara. So that was one thing. And then about the South Niagara wastewater treatment plant, there's always discussions, are we getting it, when we're getting it, if we're getting it. How does that factor into this within a certain number of years? What are we going to need to do if we don't get it? What are we going to need to do if we get it, or if it's delayed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It just happens that I'm also working with the region on their master plan as well, and we're looking at their overall regional numbers and regional infrastructure, which includes the South Niagara Falls plant. So we're well aware of its importance and the challenges it faces, and we do need it. So it is currently in another initial design phases or initial planning phases. We understand that there's some funding challenges, but if we don't get it up and running and built, there is going to be a limit to some of the growth in Niagara Falls. So exactly what that threshold is, I don't have with me, but it is important. It's important for the region and for the city.
Okay, great. I'll be quick with the last one.
Sure.
When I was reading the reports, there's a lot of people who are concerned every time we pave a parking lot with asphalt or concrete, the water doesn't seep into the ground naturally. And I had a great conversation with Ms. Gudgeon about some of the things that we're already doing in developments. Could we have Ms. Gudgeon just come up for a couple of minutes and explain this? Because I think this is really important. It's a great news story. And as a counselor, when I'm reading the reports, I didn't get it out of the reports, and our residents aren't getting it. But we are doing things. If you could talk about the pre and the post and some of the examples that you gave me, that would be really good.
Absolutely. Thank you through the mayor. Some of the things that Councillor Coco and I were talking about is a lot of stormwater management that we happen to manage through our development and our growth process. So there's a concept out there called pre to post, with the idea being you have the same amount of stormwater treatment capacity as your previous to construction as you do after construction. So you're balancing that. What that may mean for some businesses or areas is retaining the water on their site until the storm subsides and then letting it out again. Looking at different treatment factors of storing the water under the road until the storm passes and then letting it out gradually so that the storm system can handle it. A lot of that we take into account through our development applications and through our land use design guidelines looks at things like low impact development, which is looking at consideration for that. As we roll out the II program, it's only going to add to that program, but we are working on it. It is something that's been recognized in the industry in terms of stormwater management. Now, we don't have a fee for it yet. Some of our neighbors have successfully implemented a fee for it. The town of Niagara Falls of Oakville just launched one, looking at things like percentage pervasive asphalt, whether or not water can get through the asphalt, thank you very much, are looking at that. For example, if you have a large green space on your property, your rate's going to be a lot lower than if you had paved over your entire property. We're not there yet. Hamilton has tried to implement one. It hasn't got its legs off the ground either. But it does compete for the same tax dollar as our roads do. So it is important to consider the funding of these programs just as much as it is looking at the water and the roads and the wastewater.
Thank you very much. That's why I always bring up permeable surfaces when we're talking about development, and in our reports, if we can really toot your horn to say the good that you're doing with the developer, because I think it's not apparent in the way that the reports are written now, so it's a good news.
Absolutely, and between our planning folks and our development engineering group, they're right on top of that.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you for that. Looks like we've got everybody. So next up, I guess we're looking, did you have any more to add?
Sorry, I thought, no, we're good.
Any other questions for, do we have any questions of council for Mark? Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Look for a motion, I guess, to receive and direct staff to bring us to Capitol. Councillor Carrio, Councillor Newestag. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that, and thank you very much for your time and your presentation. Thank you. Moving on to.
He studied all week on water.
A real heavy-duty engineering question. I would try my best. Feel free to test him out tonight, folks. He's looking for a question. He even put a tie on for tonight, so pretty big deal. You did. You look great. Okay, next up, 8.2, 2026-11. City of Niagara Falls Transportation Master Plan and Trails and Active Transportation Master Plan. And we've got, is it Lachlan? Lachlan Fraser, Senior Transportation Planner with WSP. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. My name is Lachlan Fraser. I'm the Project Manager for the Transportation Master Plan update. There we go. I have with me online Nick Sully, who's the Project Manager for the Trails and Active Transportation Master Plan update. I'm not sure if he can join in at some point. Thank you for the opportunity to present these two projects. It represents a culmination of a multi-year project that started in 2023. We're going to run through some of the recommendations today. I've structured it so that the Transportation Master Plan update is first, followed by the Trails and Active Transportation Master Plan, and questions can come at the end. We're here to provide an overview of both projects, make sure that everyone understands the process that we followed for both projects, present our recommendations for improvements to roads, active transportation, and the supporting policies, and ultimately seek to issue a notice of study completion following council today. As you can see from the schedule, this process has involved extensive public engagement. Starting from summer 2023, we had our first public information centre in December that year, a second public information centre, December 2024. Over the past few years, we've been working on our reporting, and we're all ready to go for both projects now. The Transportation Master Plan follows the Municipal Class Environmental Assessment process. So if you're familiar with that, the Transportation Master Plan, or TMP, follows phases 1 and 2. So we identify a problem, we identify opportunities, and then we explore alternatives to make sure we're putting forward the best solution. Any of the detailed recommendations in terms of what the improvements look like in the future, they still have to go through phases 3 and 4 and 5 of that EA process. That's where they do the environmental studies, look at archaeology, cultural heritage, environmental impacts, and come up with detailed designs, detailed costs. Those still go through additional rounds of public consultation. It's required that they do that. So what you're seeing today in terms of recommendations still has opportunities to be shaped by the public in the future, as well as through the revisions to the Transportation Master Plan over the coming years as it goes through that natural cycle. The vision statement that we've developed in consultation with the public, with city staff, has really focused on the city's commitment to a transportation system that is safe, connected, equitable, and accessible. It emphasises supporting the local economy by improving travel within the city for residents while also enhancing the tourist experience. This vision was developed through consultation, and it aligns with the city's broader strategic goals, and it serves as a foundation for all recommendations in the TMP. Within the TMP, we identified 3 alternative scenarios to determine what the recommended option could look like. The first is a business as usual scenario. So we examined the city's current network, we added in the province and the region's planned updates and upgrades, and looked to see, with the growth that's happening towards 2051, what can this network handle realistically. The second scenario, we went and looked at the 2011 TMP again to see, are these improvements still required? Are there any that are no longer warranted? The tools that we have used to assess have changed since 2011. So we thought we'd go back and take a look and make sure that we're not spending any money that doesn't need to be spent. And then the third option looked at what gaps are remaining. How can we address those through road improvements and tackle some of the congestion relief that we're looking for. Through the evaluation of those 3 alternatives, we identified that the third option, addressing the gaps, was the preferred and recommended option. We used a multi-account evaluation process which aligns with the vision and the strategic goals of the city. So we looked at multimodal network impacts, financial cost, environmental, again at a high level. How do we support the local economy? How do we shape the city through community building and placemaking? Whether these scenarios were supported by the public, and of course how they align with the TMP vision. Some of these are qualitative, some of them are quantitative, but it's a blend, and scenario 3, alternative 3, was the recommended option. Within scenario 3, we have improvements that are identified by 3 different phases. In 2031, we're recommending improvements to Drummond Road and McLeod Road, including a centre 2-way turning lane and protected bike lanes. In 2041, we're looking at improvements to Dorchester Road, additional improvements along Drummond, Keller Road widening out to 4 lanes, and then Portage Road widening to 4 lanes as well. Looking to 2051 and beyond, there are further Drummond Road improvements that we've identified, along with Keller Road, Portage Road, that are tied to secondary plans and growth in those areas. These improvements address congestion and safety while integrating active transportation facilities. We also want to bring to your attention a number of projects that we see for long-term consideration this council should be aware of. There are potential crossings of the QEW and the Welland River in the Chippewa area. These improvements are not immediately required but may become necessary as growth patterns develop. The TMP recommends further review of these locations, which would include additional public consultation before any decisions are made. And again, this is part of a long-term planning horizon. From a policies perspective, the TMP includes a comprehensive set of policy recommendations across several themes. For the road network, we recommend adopting a multimodal level of service analysis for intersections and corridors that considers all road users. For safety, we recommend using collision and near-miss data to drive safety improvements. We want to track universal design implementation to make sure that these facilities are accessible to all. and then developing a spatial analysis tool for accessibility in these key destinations as well. On emerging technologies, we recommend developing an electric mobility strategy that covers public charging and EV incentives, creating an action plan for EV charging infrastructure, and then identifying smart technologies to help improve and operationalize road infrastructure in place today and in the future. From a goods movement perspective, we understand that the city plays a unique role within the broader region and across the province as a border city. So we have policy recommendations that go along with trade corridor development, working with the region and with the province to further these actions, particularly talking about the Niagara-Hamilton Trade Corridor, Highway 406 extension, and the NGTA East Corridor as well. Again, these strengthen connections to within the region, to the USA, and beyond the province as well. In terms of public feedback for the Transportation Master Plan, we had two separate events. The first event focused on the vision statement, what are the problems and opportunities that the public can see. The focused feedback we received at that time was on improving pedestrian and cyclist safety, addressing Portage Road as a bottleneck going into and out of Chippewa, improving and integrating transit to reduce vehicle reliance, and better connecting the downtown core to the GO station. At the second PIC, where we showed the recommendations, the public emphasised balancing long-term economic growth and tourism with local road improvements. And there was clear feedback that road widening should be limited to genuinely congested areas, and strong support emerged for an improved active transportation network, and these themes have directly informed the recommendations before you today. Looking ahead, we're seeking Council's receipt of the TMP today and working with city staff, issue a notice of study completion in the near future to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, which would then initiate a 30-day review period ending sometime in mid-June. Any outstanding public comments at that time would be addressed. If there are substantial changes, which we don't anticipate, we would return to Council with a future update. Once finalised, the TMP will proceed through to the next phases, those phases 3, 4 and 5 of the EA process that I mentioned earlier, where required for individual projects. Transitioning over to the Trails and Active Transportation Master Plan, this portion of the presentation will cover the project schedule update, the draft final Trails and Active Transportation Network, policy and strategy recommendations, programming, education recommendations, and the monitoring and reporting program that goes along with it. The process included a review of existing active transportation network facilities, destinations, development of a vision and goals similar to the TMP, creation of a network hierarchy, development of a draft network, identifying barriers, mitigation strategies, and then policies for maintenance, travel demand management, and wayfinding. This structured approach ensures that the plan is comprehensive and implementable. The Trails and Active Transportation Master Plan vision statement calls for cultivating a safe and connected, equitable and accessible active transportation system that responds to diverse user needs while supporting the local economy and ensuring connections to key destinations. The vision and the plan objectives are grounded in the city's existing policy documents and ensure alignment with previously approved strategic direction. The key themes include safety, connectivity, equity, accessibility, tourism, health and recreation, economic vitality, and sustainability. To support the vision, these 6 objectives have been formulated and really focus on taking that vision statement, turning it into something that is more actionable in terms of the recommendations and the process that we go through to identify the preferred network. Again, similar to the TMP, the community engagement was an essential part of shaping, understanding what the public is looking for, what their concerns are, as well as getting feedback on the recommendations as we work through the process. There was an online mapping survey. We had 3 public information centres. We met with advisory committees, meetings with community organisations, and the key themes that we heard from the public included a need for continuous and safer routes, recognition that cycling facilities can benefit those with mobility aids. There's concerns about e-bikes and e-scooters using sidewalks, which create safety and accessibility issues. There's a desire for safer and slower local roads and strong support for protected cycling facilities and trails. This slide introduces the types of active transportation facilities recommended in the plans, focuses on higher protection options. The cycle track provides horizontal and vertical separation from vehicles with a tactile strip separating pedestrians from cyclists. Multi-use paths are off-road, but often within the road right-of-way and accommodate shared use. And then protected bike lanes use physical barriers such as curbs and delineators to enhance safety and comfort. These facility types are suited to corridors with moderate to high traffic volumes and speeds and provide a level of protection that the residents have asked for. Continuing with facility types, the buffered bike lanes include a painted buffer and additional horizontal separation, but without physical barriers. Conventional painted bike lanes are marked with white lines, symbols, and signage, providing designated spaces operating on one-way corridors, and these are best suited to lower volume, lower speed roadways. The plan recommends matching facility type to road conditions to ensure the appropriate level of protection for cyclists across the network. And finally, for lower volume residential streets and rural roads, the plan recommends shared operating space facilities. Neighbourhood greenways prioritise bicycle movement through traffic calming measures such as planter boxes that narrow vehicle lanes and reduce speeds. Shared streets use green sharrow markings to remind drivers that the lane is shared with cyclists. And it's worth noting that cyclists are permitted to are on all roadways unless otherwise restricted, regardless of signage. These lower cost measures complement the high protection facilities and create a complete network across the city. From a policy and strategy perspective, the TATMP includes recommendations to support wayfinding guidelines that establish consistent signage, directing users to key destinations across the city. An amenities policy would ensure supporting infrastructure such as bike racks, repair stands, washrooms, waste bins are available, and a transportation demand management or TDM policy would require new developments to provide amenities and support users for active transportation trips. Programming and monitoring are essential for the long-term success of the plan. We recommend developing partnerships within internal destinations to implement this plan, of course Niagara region to be supportive, and then community groups to encourage active transportation use as well. Programs would include education on new cycling infrastructure and road safety, walking and cycling to school initiatives, open street events, bike repair events, and a feasibility study for bike share across the city. The monitoring program would include tracking usage such as for data as cycling counts, safety metrics to discuss or review collision data and user perceptions, which is a critical component, and bike parking utilization as well. The implementation progress can be a percentage of planned projects included, so it's accessible to the public so they understand how the city is progressing with these initiatives. So there's been a lot of information across the two projects tonight. I want to thank you for your time and attention. Matt Bilodeau, who's here tonight, is the city's project manager for both. We have a project webpage where both draft documents are live now. I'm happy to take any questions. And just on a personal note, I just want to acknowledge a colleague of ours, Brett Sears, who passed away during the development of this project. Just want to acknowledge that the contribution he made to this project, it's been valuable in terms of guiding us and getting to these recommendations. And yeah, happy to take some questions now. Thanks for your time.
Hey, thank you, Lachlan. We've got Lachlan?
Lachlan,
Right?
yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Patel and then Lakoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I want to thank everybody who worked on this master plan. I do understand that we have to plan the city ahead of the time for the future, and that is a responsibility. But my question is, in a short term, until 2031, we're talking about $27 million. So are they part of the project, or they're additional funding is required for this plan? So for example, 2031, if you're expanding the road for the bicycle lanes, is it going to be part of the project that will approve for capital upgrades, or will have to spend this extra money on top of whatever we have approved?
Yeah, so the costs that are presented still need to be programmed in the city's long-term capital plan. They will be included in the asset management plan and programmed accordingly. But if we're rebuilding a road, so let's use McLeod Road for example, we're in design right now. That's one of our projects that's listed on 2031. We will be designing, or we're currently designing McLeod Road between Beechwood Road and Kaler Road. That's already funded through grants. We're widening the road, so we're adding an additional lane, and we're also adding bike facilities. So through the one project, we're addressing two of the projects listed on these master plans. And then if we look back at the last presentation from the MSP, there's some projects where the sewers and water need to be replaced as well. So Municipal Works will look at those comprehensively, and when we're replacing the sewers and water, we'll look at replacing the road, and we'll look at adding bike facilities as well.
To follow up that question through you, Mr. Mayor, we did have the transportation master plan in place from 2011.
Yes.
And look at McLeod right now, at the corner of Keeler and McLeod, and you hear this all the time. It's in the morning during the school time. It is kind of a nightmare there. You know how many? There's four schools all together within the half a kilometer radius, and now there's a fifth one might be coming. So how can we avoid this with this master plan in the future?
So our goal, similar to the MSP and a lot of the other master planning activities that's happening at the city right now, we need to update these regularly. So the plan is, this is our update for now, and in 5 years, we should be planning on another update because growth and density happens in different locations that may not happen where we think it may happen now. So we'll deal with that through regular updates of that plan.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So do secondary plans help? Because we do secondary plans now.
Yes, they help a lot. So when we look at some of the secondary plans happening in the west side of the city, Gardner West right now is helping to inform the design of McLeod Road. So once we know population and employment of a certain area, we can then plan the water, the road, the sewer network surrounding that. So they are an important, critical tool to help us understand how growth is happening.
Okay. Thank you. I have a couple more questions I'll ask later.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if Mr. Bilodeau or Lachlan would like to respond to this. Under emerging technology, it talks about advocating for and support the region in electrifying our buses. I know we've had some challenges across Canada about the weight of the electrical buses, getting stuck in the snow, the cold temperatures, the batteries won't keep the charge out in the cold. When it's in here to support and advocate for it, we will be investigating these technologies a little bit more before we do that. Is that correct?
I'm sure, and also hydrogen, because we're building a plant just down the street, and I know that they're going to be experimenting with that. But I agree, we got to measure twice and cut once. Very expensive mistakes to be made.
Yeah, you see buses that don't even go out because there's too much snow, or you see them stuck and they can't go. So I just want to make sure that we're doing that. That's great. We were also talking about the QEW and the corridors. I know Councillor Pietrangelo brought up a motion a while ago about having the QEW for the Sodom Road property that we purchased for Fort Erie to Niagara Falls being a provincially significant employment zone. And I was wondering if that should be part of this, because that was a motion that went forward. I know we have to go to the province to do that, but it sort of fits in this plan.
Well, I don't know. Kira? Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to the councillor. So that's part of our new official plan work. We have identified as a strategic growth area along the QEW for employment. Again, we have to wait to see if the province approves that. So once we do, as Mr. Bilodeau said, that would help inform the work he does going in the future.
Thank you. It's interesting in these plans, like with the electrifying, advocate for, we're advocating, we don't have to wait for approval, so that's why I was hoping to see that corridor in here. It's just sometimes we put it in and sometimes we don't. And going back to my destination Niagara comment, same thing, we're going to have to do a lot more planning, and the transportation plan will be part of that as well. And development charges, I think Councillor Newestig brought this up under the water. This is going to be the same with the transportation. Are we going to be getting development charges? How many are we getting? What projects can we put them against? So I think that's important to know those as well.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Did you have any more questions, Councillor Patel? Because I think we're wrapping it up here. Yeah.
She asked about DC, Councillor Coco said about DC. To Mr. CEO, more likely. So how will we deal with it? Because this is a 60% of the growth will be paid by DC, so how will we deal with it? Because I think that's the one thing residents do worry about, is cost being shifted on the tax base.
well, with all these projects, you have to remember, there is existing use. Like when you know, a lot of these road projects, the existing residents are using the roads. The DC eligible portion is only for the growth portion. So when you get down to it, in reality, and we'll be bringing some of this to the next council, is we're doing an analysis on the cost benefit of DCs, because it's great to say growth pays for growth, but A, it doesn't, and B, you know, and B, someone's always paying that bill anyways, right? And a big chunk of all those projects, there's always benefit to existing is the technical term. So on many of these projects, if all we're doing is adding a bike lane to a road that we're redoing, there's no DC eligibility to it because the benefit is all to the existing. So yeah, at the end of the day, roads cost for complete reconstruction is $1 million a kilometer, and that's what we have to pay for when we do it.
Okay, all right, well, Councillor Baldinelli.
So, just one question. With your calming measures and your protected bike lanes, do protected bike lanes actually fit in Niagara Falls with our weather conditions? I mean, you're going to have those things up and then you plow, and is it easier to separate a bike lane into a separate its own path and leave the cars where the cars are and the bikes where the bikes are, so we don't have any accidents?
So as transportation engineers, we need to follow the guidance coming from the province.
Yeah.
We're seeing the guidance now be very conservative to say that you can't just paint a bike lane on the road.
Right.
On some of the larger roads in the city. It's not safe.
Right.
You need to have physical separation
Okay.
and vertical separation as well. What the city's doing right now through a lot of our designs is that we're planning shared facilities. So you'll see when we get further along in the design of McLeod Road, we'll have a sidewalk that incorporates also a bike lane as a multi-use path. So we're providing two facilities in a slightly bigger width than we would just provide a sidewalk.
Yeah.
So we're trying to do that, and then those will be easier to be maintained.
Perfect. And the calming measures, again, we had the calming measures or designs for Main Street, for example. You know, it looks pretty, but maintenance is not good. Is it possible in the future to, you know, even for your calming measures, we should think about maintenance first and then calming measures? You know, if you're going to put a speed bump, okay, but I mean, if you start making a road go in and out, how do they plow? Where do they put the snow? And then it just gets frustrating for everybody. So just a couple little things that I noticed, and you know, with our weather conditions and our road and our maintenance and bike paths. I mean, in Calgary, we saw when we were traveling around, they had this separate lanes for bikes and paths, and many people using it. And the cars were where the cars were, and the bikes were where the bikes were. And hopefully, we consider that when we're going forward.
I think our CAO would appreciate that as much as anyone. The only one I know who's had a run-in with a bus and lived to talk about it. Okay, so we are looking for a motion to receive and direct staff, excuse me, to plan for the Transportation Master Plan and Trails and Active Transportation Master Plan. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Yes, of course. Of course, right when I'm about to get the motion.
Mr. Mayor, to, I don't know, Matthew, if we approve this today, accept it, does it become on a plan that we'll be following for the capital budget or capital planning, or it will come to the council for approval before we approve anything?
Yeah, so the projects that are identified in this report will be included in the asset management plan, Plan 4, and then subject to the annual capital budget approvals.
Thank you.
And thank you for wearing a tie for the meeting. That was great. Very nice of you. Yeah. Classing up the joint. Okay, we're ready to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. I'm not trying to say you're not classing. I was just saying you're boxing me into a corner. Okay, we are now moving along to, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation, Lachlan. Now to 8.3, Corporation of the City of Niagara Falls, Ontario Trust Fund Financial Statements. Looking for recommendation or a motion to approve the draft Corporation City of Niagara Falls Trust Fund Audited Financial Statements. Councillor Mona Patel moving it, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Any questions to the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. 8.4, Official Plan Amendment Number 195, city initiated settlement area boundary expansion policies and application guidelines. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, our General Manager of Planning and Building just asked to speak to this report.
Absolutely. Ms. Dolch, floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to alert council, so we do need to change the recommendations that are before you tonight. We have heard late from the province on bringing this matter forward. Their concern is that they would like to, we need pre-approval from them before bringing it forward to you for approval. So we are asking that the recommendation be changed based on the direction from the province, that council support the pre-approval request to the province of OPA 195, and that confirmation of this support be sent by the mayor to Sean Fraser, Assistant Deputy Minister, along with all the required information requested by the province. So that's the recommendation we're asking. Obviously, we're still open to questions on the report, things like that, but we do want to be clear that this isn't for approval tonight. It does need to go to the province first, and we will come back to council for final approval once we get commentary from the province.
Okay, thank you. Just have a question from Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I was speaking to Ms. Dolch earlier, so I sort of understand what's going on, but now I'm confused because if we're not pre-approving it, number three, which is really number 4 on the recommendations, it's repealing the interim control bylaw. Are we really repealing it today?
Thank you, Your Acting Worship, through you to the councillor. So the only recommendation I'm asking you to approve tonight is the one I just read.
Okay.
The rest would be removed.
Thank you.
This, again, would just be for information.
Got it, okay. So that answers that, and I just had a couple of other questions. You answered a lot of them with me on the phone. One of the things that hit me through this report is if a developer or any person can put an application online, submit it online, and they have all of the documents there, it is considered complete. So I wonder if Ms. Dolch can speak to that, what a complete application means and where that puts the city.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Acting Worship, through you to the councillor. So with an application, yes, anybody can submit an application. There is no requirement for pre-consultation anymore. So before, we used to be able to outline everything they needed. Now they can submit a complete application however they feel it's warranted. Now, a complete application doesn't necessarily mean that let's say, for example, the environmental study is done to our satisfaction. It just means the study is complete and in the package. So we review that. So with that, obviously, when we accept that application and deem it complete, it just means all the studies were submitted that we would anticipate being submitted. It doesn't necessarily mean they've been reviewed for assessment purposes.
Okay, thank you. On page 27, there's a map, and it has the settlement area boundary expansions. Normally, we thought there was 3, but on this map, there was 4. So when I spoke to Ms. Dolch, she said she would explain why there was 4. One creeped in there.
Thank you. Through the acting worship to the councillor, I do have Kaylin here to explain that.
Thank you, and through the acting mayor. So this was brought in through the Niagara Escarpment Plan Amendment in 2017. We did go back and we did find the amendment, and then it was further reflected in the region's 2022 official plan. We don't typically refer to this as an expansion area because it really was reflecting an existing use, which is cotton in that area. So we wouldn't ever be planning comprehensively for it, so we're not using that as land that counts towards our numbers.
Thank you. And further to that, will we be getting anything in writing that we can pass along to a resident that asked for it, or is this the explanation?
Yes, through you. We do have like a link for the Niagara Escarpment plan amendment that we can share.
If you could provide that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. And I just want to make sure I understand the part of when it gets pre-approved and comes here. So if there's determined no need by staff may bring it to council and recommend a refusal. So council could approve an application that did not meet the criteria. Is that correct?
Ms. Dolch?
Through you. Just to clarify that, are you talking about after these policies are in place and we get an application for boundary amendment? Yes, you are correct. So we could get an application in, we could recommend support or not support, and council could make a decision that's contrary to what we recommend.
Okay, thank you. And then the OLT could get involved at that point if necessary. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the report talks about without causing an undue financial burden on the taxpayers, the city. So I asked Ms. Dolch if within the report, if they can outline what the cost is. They might know the cost on their end, but within the report to outline it so we see it, residents see it, and why we would want to approve it or not. Is that something that we can still do?
Through the acting mayor to the councillor. So as one of the items the province is asking for is kind of a cost-benefit analysis, so we will be looking into that information further, so we'll get you more information when we come back.
Thank you. And then my last comment is it talks about agricultural land in there, and I was reading it very carefully, and I had a couple of residents that were concerned about the agricultural land. And the way I read it is that if there is a need that is determined and there's no other way around it, and there's protection of the certain features, the heritage features on the agricultural land, that agricultural land can be removed for a settlement area boundary expansion. So I just want people to understand that we could end up losing agricultural land for that. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So just the one recommendation then, Ms. Stoltz, we're just looking for a motion?
Yes, that's correct, and I'm happy to repeat it if you need, but
Okay.
I just want to make sure that it was written down. That council support the pre-approval request to the province of OPA 195, and that confirmation of this support be sent by the mayor to Sean Fraser, Assistant Deputy Minister, along with all the requested information listed by the province.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All in favor? And it's unanimous. Item number 9, consent agenda. Recommendation that council approve item number 9.1 to item 9.3.
Yeah, through the acting mayor, I just want to suggest that item 9.2 be pulled. You've all received some correspondence from Mr. Vaca, the legal representation for the property owner, and the request is, and staff have agreed to pull that report from the agenda. The request came in rather late, so I didn't want to just have it disappear off the agenda, so we will be pulling 9.2. That will leave just the two other reports on the consent agenda.
Okay, so do we need a motion?
Yeah, so we're just looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda for items 9.1 and 9.3.
Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And now we go to communications. Is that where we are now? Just to make sure, thank you. Okay, there's a recommendation that we approve 10.1 through, or support through 10.9. Councillor Lococo, you'd like one lifted?
Yes, 10.9, please.
10.9.
Noise bylaw exemption.
Okay, 1 second here. Yes, okay, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just had a question on that. It goes till 1 in the morning. Earlier tonight, we heard of a noise bylaw for 11 p.m. 1 o'clock seems kind of late, and I brought this up before. One time there was no time on it. Are we going to 1 o'clock? That's pretty late. I have nothing against the applicant, but it's late.
Yep, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, so the councillor beat me to it. It really should point out that 1 a.m. is the requested time. Staff would recommend that it be 11 p.m. I know at this particular location, this council has approved till 12 o'clock midnight in the past. I don't recall receiving any complaints for that time, but I just wanted it known that the requester has asked for 1 a.m. This council has typically only approved till 11 p.m. in the past, but there is precedent for this location till midnight. So ultimately, it is the will of council. There is no specified time within, for an exemption under the noise bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carrio?
Your Worship, how often does this club ask for an extension? Is it just the once a year? Is this the?
Yeah, Mr. Clerk?
Typically, it's for 2 or 3 events every year. They do have 2 events listed in this case.
Do we normally get a lot of complaints from their event?
I know our manager of bylaw enforcement is new and perhaps wasn't around last summer, but I don't recall
I
receiving
don't
a lot of
either. I
complaints.
don't recall ever getting.
I actually live in this neighborhood, and I think a lot of the neighbors are just used to the music, perhaps, but I'm usually outside the boundaries of this property. But as I've stated earlier, I don't recall receiving complaints, but again, it's the will of council.
Yeah, I think they do a good job at keeping a, cap on things. It's a big park with a lot of people, but, so what's the will of council on that one? Okay, well then, okay, so we'll do that one individually. Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Carrio to move the recommendation, the request. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. And how about for the rest of the consent agenda? Motion by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And I'll just quickly read what we approved. Those people following along at home. That is the expansion of the 2026 road resurfacing and surface treatment contracts, part of Operation Smooth Roads. We're going to have more paved roads, more money put toward it than ever in history of the city of Niagara Falls. 9.2, matter rising for Municipal Heritage Committee, which has been, was that one, what happened with that one, Mr. Clerk?
That was removed.
Did I jump ahead? Am I, oh yeah, okay, well.
You would jump behind.
I jumped behind, I'm sorry. Did we already approve those?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Flag raising request Haitian Day, May 18th. Proclamation Flag Raising Seniors Month for the month of June. Proclamation Flag Raising National Accessibility Week, May 31st through June the 6th. Proclamation Flag Request Dominican Republic Restoration Day, August 14th. Proclamation Flag Raising Request United Empire Loyalist, June 19th. Falls U BIA Budget and the Lundy's Lane BIA Budget. Special Occasion Permit Noise Bylaw Exemption for the Misty City Music Festival, which is going to be September 18th, 19th, and 20th. And lastly, of course, we just did the Serbian Archangel Church approval for their events. Okay, we're on to communications comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we receive for information 11.1 to 11.14. Councillor Lococo, did you want to lift one or move them?
Thank you. I'd like to, I'll move them and I'll lift 11.3, please.
Okay, well, why don't we do that first? We'll do 11.3, sure.
11.3 is the letter from the region regarding a new deal for Niagara. It's on there to receive and file. I would like to approve it. This sort of goes back to what I was talking about Destination Niagara and the province bringing the idea to the city, and then who pays for what. This sort of goes beyond just Destination Niagara. I know that the province has created new deals with other municipalities. They look at including a reassessment of municipal service responsibilities, predictable funding for tourism, supporting infrastructure, investment in regional transit and transportation networks, revenue sharing mechanisms that reflect the visitor-driven economic activity. They support high-impact tourism, and both the federal and provincial government formally recognize the infrastructure and service demands associated with hosting approximately 14 million visitors annually, and it generates 3 billion of tourism activity. So I would ask if the council would like to support that as well.
Okay, so, excuse me, motion by Councillor Coco, seconded by Councillor Patel. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And did you want to move the remainder for receiving and file? Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli, that we receive the remainder of the communications and comments of the city clerk. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, and that was a resolution from the city of Peterborough. That was Town of Grimsby, comments on the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the resolution from the Town of Lincoln regarding regional governance. So now, 12, communications comments of the city clerk, Niagara Falls. Oh, that was deferred, thank you for that. Yep, ratification of in camera, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. Earlier this afternoon, council met in camera, and the items there in camera that were discussed were just to give direction to staff.
Okay, so we don't need any motion on that? Okay, so we are now at notice of motion. Councillor Lococo, yes, Councillor, can we deal with this one? Okay, Councillor Lococo, you have a notice.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is to extend the listed properties. The province gave a deadline of January 1st, 2027 to designate any properties listed on the Municipal Heritage Register. Many communities are having challenges meeting this deadline. There are many processes that they need to connect with the homeowner, do a preliminary research on the property, and they have to hire a consultant to prepare a report with their recommendations and list the features that would be listed in the register. There are 9 criteria to review, and a property must meet at least 2 of these. If the properties are not designated by the end of the year, then they will fall off the register and can't be considered for another 5 years. This would be a tragedy for heritage preservation. The town of Lincoln is asking for an extension until January 1st, 2030. So from January 1st, 2027 to 2030, they're asking for. That resolution was on our agenda a couple of meetings ago. My resolution is the same as Lincoln's, and the Municipal Heritage Committee is asking for the extension.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to bypass what is the bylaw and just have some motion today.
Okay, so you're seconding the motion and, well, you can't make the motion, she made the motion, so.
I think waive the procedural bylaw is what Councillor Patel would like to do to deal with it tonight.
Okay, so you're gonna make the motion to waive the procedural bylaw, okay? And you're gonna second it, I guess,
Yes, thank
Counselor?
you.
Okay, so does everyone understand, because she wants to deal with this tonight, rather than, did you wanna weigh in? This is not on the motion, this is just on waiving the procedural bylaw to do the motion.
You know, council can decide to do the extension. I think, you know, staff may have a different opinion on whether an extension is required and how much additional work we are doing. This council has made a previous motion saying that, you know, if the property owner does not want the designation for a property, then they won't consider it.
Yeah.
We've done extensive mailing and contact with the owner, so I could confer, but I'm not sure if an extension would actually have any, would change what is going to be designated in the future based upon that previous council motion. But, you know, we could circle back and provide more detailed information because we weren't prepared to provide any advice on the matter at this point in time. We thought it was going to be a notice of motion, and then we could provide information on, you know, where we are. Most of those other cities are struggling because you know, they don't have as streamlined of a system as we do. So you know, but like I said, we weren't prepared to discuss it. We may have some different information that says we're okay. We're not really struggling with the timeline.
Okay, so it's not for dealing with tonight. Okay, so, but the notice is tonight, it's your notice. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Yes, and I just want to address what the CAO said. It's not necessarily for us as the City of Niagara Falls to extend the deadline. The request is for the province to extend the deadline. That's the first thing. And as a member of the Heritage Committee, we do struggle with the amount of work that it takes. So yes, a lot of letters went out. Some came back yes, some came back no, and some didn't come back at all. So we're dealing with all of the ones that said yes or didn't come back, and that takes time. We have one staff person that does a great job. We have another staff person at the museum who's doing all of the research, and then it has to go to a consultant. So that does take time, and we still do have a few more to address. So I'll leave it for the next time then.
Okay, thank you for that, Counselor. Notices, any other notices? Counselor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did the notice of motion, didn't make it on the agenda, so just asked me to bring it up tonight, if that's okay. This is a motion of, it's been actually 4 years tomorrow will be the 4-year anniversary that I brought the motion for the report back for the lighting of the Waitman Bridge in Chippewa. So it's a project we have been in discussions about since 2022. There's a great deal of interest from the Chippewa community. This will be a great addition to the Winter Festival of Lights to continue it all the way there. It will offer positive opportunity for special illuminations, recognitions, theme days, holidays, lighting installations, and add to the beautification of Chippewa. It's a very popular area for local residents and tourists. It is visible from the boat, car, land, roads, trails, and sidewalks. We've had meetings with Niagara Parks Commission and some other groups, and there has been interest in working together on this. There has been several meetings and much research done on best options for this bridge. Niagara Parks is currently lighting over other bridges and have tested bridge lighting in real-world applications via the Winter Festival of Lights. Also, the lighting on this bridge can continue with, childhood cancer awareness, Julian Mist Day, Battle of Chippewa, Remembrance Day, and other lighting options. Also, I'd like to work in with new signage and safety apparatuses for swimmers that are in trouble in the creek. I've been talking to Councillor Newestag and also Chief Joe about that as well. So therefore, I would like to make a motion that city staff work with MPC on a shared funding model to light the Waitman Bridge with LED programmable lighting underneath the sides and above the bridge so that illumination will be visible from above and below, and that the lighting is installed this summer to be funded from the city's reserve funds, and that the city's portion be no more than $250,000.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Wait, we're not doing the notice. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sure. I'd like to remove the procedural bylaw.
Pardon me, can you speak up?
I'd like to remove the procedural bylaw so we can discuss it tonight.
Okay, so you're making a motion to, okay, Mark, help me, Mr. Clerk here. So, okay, motion by Councilor Newestag. And seconded by Councilor Carrio. Okay, so we need so you understand this is a motion to remove the procedural bylaw, so we need 2/3 vote. We're going to call the vote. Yes, Councilor? Oh, okay, all those in favor? In favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay, no, did you put your hand up? You're
No, I was itching my head.
Bad timing.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so, we still got to finish this off now. That was just to relieve us of our restriction for serving notice. Now you want to make your...
I'll make the same motion then?
Yep.
Okay. Before I'd like to make the motion, we'd like to make a motion that city staff work with the MPC on a shared funding model to light the Waitman Bridge in Chippewa with LED programmable lighting underneath the sides and above the bridge so the illumination will be visible from above and below, and that the lighting is installed this summer to be funded from the city's reserve funds, and that the city's portion no more than $250,000.
Okay, and seconded by Councilor Newestag. Speak to it, Councilor. Yes?
Where did the number come from? Like, where the 250,000? Has there been an estimate on how much it would cost total?
At one point, Eric Nickel was saying it was 700,000. We've been having meetings. He's got it down to approximately, with the Niagara Parks funding, and we do have some in-kind services from Sam Viska and some other ones. So we're actually looking at getting that below that, and then maybe additional MAT tax fund because it is beautification. We do have a hole in the ground in the front of the bridge. We do have a place right behind it where it's empty. We just sold the town hall beautification. I think everything will happen from there. I think actually that hole in the ground will sell very, very soon if you got some beautification out there and they can look at something as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, I've got Councilor Lococo, then Newestag, then Baldinelli.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to the motion, but I would like more information from staff. I haven't been part of any of that discussion, so I'd like to see a staff report before approving $250,000.
Okay.
Thanks.
Too bad Eric Nickel was, can you speak to it, Mr. Bilodeau?
If it's amenable to council, I'd like to make a request that Mr. Nickel report back at the June 2nd meeting. I know he's been doing a lot of background homework on this one, and he could speak to it more fulsomely. And nothing could logically happen between now and then. So I think it'd be best if Mr. Nichols is able to speak to that at the June 2nd meeting. That is my request.
Yeah, so, or.
You got a motion on the floor.
So, yeah, we've got a motion on the floor right now, and I mean, we've been, and I've been in those meetings with Mr. Nichol, and he knows the intention, and he's been doing the research for a couple of years, 4 years?
Yes.
We've had the Parks Commission in.
4 years tomorrow.
Yeah, so we had the Parks Commission in the meeting, like, everybody's agreeable to getting this done. Just thing is, we just gotta make them, we gotta move on it. They're building 2 bridges right now in the parks, and they're gonna light both of them, right by the Niagara Parks Power Station. So this will be part of that, it'll be part of the Festival of Lights. In addition, it'll be thematic for different events and things in the community. So it'll be a nice continuation, so appreciate, the suggestion, but Eric's very engaged on this one, and I think he knows where this is going. So I've got Counselor Carrio, Lococo, Newestag, and then Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say, in addition to everything you just mentioned and the beautification, I think one of the pieces that I really appreciate this for is the safety. Every year most years, we seem to have some fatalities there. So anything that can help assist with the safety and to save a life, I think is well worth it. So there's so many benefits to this, and I want to applaud Councillor Strange for coming up with this idea and being resilient to keep and determined to keep it going for the last 4 years. So thank you, and that's all I know.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I think it's a fantastic idea. I'm glad I've been part of those meetings, and to light up that bridge, bring some tourism in the area. It's much needed to support all the local businesses. The lighting, as you said, will coincide with the lighting of the bridge or the falls, and I was talking actually Chief Zambito about possibly having it incorporated into a rescue mission or something. The lights will flash a certain different way. Anything to bring safety and people. And it's just like if you shut the lights off in the falls, nobody would go see it. You put the lights on the bridge, maybe more people will come and make it part of the whole tourist thing. So I'm very supportive of it. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, through you, I think it's a great idea, and I might be bringing this up at the wrong time, or I shouldn't be bringing it up at all, but the welcome sign in Chippewa, can that be incorporated somehow? And if not, I don't know if I don't know how we're maintaining it, or if the Parks is paying for some of the maintenance on that Chippewa welcome sign, but Sodom Road or Lions Creek Road, gateways into Chippewa as well. So if we're talking about this installation, which I think is great, maybe there's another area where we can add a welcome sign. But anyway, I support the motion. I think it's a great idea. And just reinvigorating that discussion, the CEO's maybe not happy I'm bringing this up, but maybe we can get an update while we're talking about it. It's kind of timely, but I don't know where we're at on.
Well, I think this one will deal with this on its own
Separately.
because it is.
But that signage is as long as.
I think it's around the same, and that's why I don't want to overstep on this, but it's something that we should bring up once again, whether it be at this council meeting or a future council meeting. But if we're looking at cost sharing, maybe we can reinvigorate that conversation.
Well, maybe we'll bring forward a notice of motion. The other thing, population signs coming into the city. We're doing the census is going on right now, so there's going to be updated population signs in the city as well.
I think I was just driving through Chippewa a week or two ago, but the sign, it's either off Willoughby or Sodom. It's a welcome to Niagara Falls, but it's so underwhelming. It's kind of like, I think you're in an old Western movie entering the city of Niagara Falls, like the city limit's 600, but maybe it's something we can look at.
Add that to your notice of motion. Okay, good. So did any other comments to this? Yes, Councillor Newestag?
It's kind of related. I was going to bring it up under new business, but months ago I asked.
We haven't voted on this yet. We still.
No, I still want to just ask about this because we were talking about that hole in the ground,
sure.
which is right in that area. And so months ago we brought up that hole, or the motion for the city to go back and look at that hole in the ground and having the hoarding, and it still hasn't happened, and it's just. It's a mess over there. I get residents asking me all the time what's happening.
Let's talk about that
I
right
know.
after we
Okay.
vote, and then we'll get staff. Give them
Yeah,
some
that's.
motion.
It's,
the CAO said just to knock it off. He can answer real quick right now. No?
Oh,
Yeah, okay,
You
let's.
got a motion on the floor. Deal with
Okay.
the motion, I'll address it.
Well, we already got the motion. Let's deal with this. Huh? Yeah, carbonated water. Okay, we ready to call the vote on the lighting of Waitman Bridge motion? All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so we got that approved, one opposed. Thank you for that. Did you want, you wanted to ask about the hoarding around the hole in Chippewa CAO?
Yeah, so we've been in contact with the owner. We've filed orders with them. We've gotten quotes for the demolition of the property, and we're changing the strategy a bit on that because our deposit would not cover the full cost of it. So we just discussed today a slightly different strategy for that property that we'll be executing shortly. And there's the hole, and then there's some challenges with the neighboring property that's attached to the hole also that we also have to address going forward. So there are things moving forward both on fines and on a rectifying of the situation.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Baldmelli? Okay.
Through you, Chair. As discussed last meeting, we had about the potholes, and we had some discussion, and so the motion, notice of motion is really a mini asphalt plant. And I just want to say the potholes are one of the most frustrating seasonal complaints from the residents in our city. I understand that we had some bad weather this year, but it's exacerbated the problem. So they create liability for municipality with dangerous driving conditions and damage to vehicles. Again, if you go through the pothole, they have a certain amount of time based on the road classification, and people are getting very upset because if you go through the hole and then it's 30 days, 4 days, 2 weeks, no money anyways. So we live in the most challenging climate with continuous freeze-thaw cycles that create perfect conditions for potholes. The hot asphalt plant to repair potholes are closed during the winter, and we're forced to resort to cold patch, which is expensive, labor-intensive, and very temporary. The biggest challenge to using asphalt is keeping it hot. If we do that and we were able to go all year round and fix roads, that would extend the life at least 2 or 3 years on that pothole, and maybe extend the life of a lot of the roads that we have right now, because a lot of them are in bad condition. So past years' experiences being that the asphalt plants have run out of stock, closed, or not available to address our needs for various reasons, and we often have recycled asphalt from repairs that can be reused with a mini asphalt plant to fill those potholes. So this will allow us to reuse, create a positive environment opportunity as well as fiscal opportunity for the city. Staff have been researching hot box for some time, and it's now time to take some action and prepare us for the winter. So therefore, the motion is that staff research and procure its own hot box heater mini asphalt plant and portable hot boxes for a year-round pothole repair and road maintenance in the city of Niagara Falls, and that they report back to the council by the scheduled July meeting with an action plan for purchase for the upcoming winter season. And we've done some research, and we can get something like this for below $100,000. I think it was below $75,000. I think it would be a perfect business opportunity as well for the city of Niagara Falls. And we can take care of our holes and maybe assist other municipalities in that endeavor as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
It won't matter. Yeah, staff's already working on it. We'll be there July.
Okay, well, however you want to do it, it's your call. Okay, all right, that's great, thank you for that. Any, excuse me, any other notices of motion? Okay, new business? Councillor Lococo, bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 quick ones.
Okay.
Over the past couple of years, we've talked about the challenges of the Ontario Land Tribunal and the whole process behind that. I had an opportunity to talk with Ms. Pignarti, our city solicitor, about some ideas and what we could possibly do, what we can't do. So some of the things that we discussed, and Ms. Pignarti can speak to it after I go through this, but we were talking about, I know previously we talked about putting more information within the development report about the Ontario Land Tribunal, the process, what will happen, what won't, so that was good. More information to educate people in general about the OLT. So if we could have something on our website, have something in general so people understand. Some of the other concerns were updating and educating the residents, the role of the province, the role of the city, what happens at a hearing, what happens at a case conference, what happens at settlements, the cost, the time, and provincial guidelines. And then after the OLT, how are residents involved? Are they notified? This is really important because some people are finding that there's a decision and then they don't know what's going on. And then when they find out what's going on, it was nowhere near what was discussed before. So how does that process work and how can we educate people and connect with them? Are they signing the sheet outside that we could send them something? Are they neighbors that we have their information? Then there's the thought of the original plan that came in, and then if it goes to OLT and it's appealed, how different is it? That planning staff can work to make the best design features for the neighborhood. That's one of the things I really appreciate from our planning staff that we don't even know about before it gets here. They work so well with the developers to have those great guidelines. Put the garbage in the back of the development, have the snow pile somewhere where it's not going to leak into somebody's backyard. They already make those things. So I think that's important that residents understand. We've already gone through those things that aren't regulated, but our staff are trying to do the best. And the most important thing is about connecting with the residents. So if Ms. Pignarti can sort of go through some of the things that we talked about, and if we can come up with a process to educate people and not have this controversy and this negativeness about development when it's appealed and what happens, I think that would be a very beneficial thing for our council and for our residents.
So like you're saying, OLT for dummies, like
Yes, explain it, educate it.
ABCs of OLT.
Exactly. I know it might not affect a lot of people, but for the people it affects them. They've lived in neighborhoods for 25 years, and all of a sudden there's this change in their neighborhood. They don't understand what's going on. We vote a certain way, then it goes to the OLT, then something happens at the OLT, and then there's a different development that's coming out of it. There's a lot of not miscommunication,
misunderstanding.
But misunderstanding, and a lot of it is regulated. So what is the role of the city? What can we do to make it better? And that's where I was going with that.
Yep, and I remember years ago it was the OMB, and I remember one Chef Boyardee that we turned down at this council, but then it was overturned at the OMB, and it was fully developed. So, I mean, the buck doesn't stop with this council. Sometimes it doesn't stop till further up the food chain. So you're asking, like a report from Ms. Pignarti?
Yes, I think Ms. Pignarti said that staff was agreeable at putting something together with those points that we sort of talked about.
Okay, so is that like direction to staff?
She said it could just be direction to staff,
Jane?
yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah. So are you guys comfortable with the summary of okay.
Thank you. The next one was kind of interesting. I had a couple of residents that sent me a lot of articles about AI data centers. We keep hearing about AI, but I didn't realize the resources that an AI data center uses. And I know we're looking at many businesses to diversify from tourism. We talk about technology. I have some major concerns about artificial intelligence data centers. I did speak with Serge. I don't know, is he online with us?
Do we have?
I didn't hear back from him.
Serge?
Okay. So I'll just go into what I talked to him about. There's concerns about the infrastructure, the water and the electricity. The amount of electricity that...
Sorry, I'm just checking if anyone.
Okay.
Dean or Michael, nobody's on?
Okay, so the amount of data, the amount of electricity that a data center used is the electricity of 20,000 homes for 1 month. Like that just blew me away. Then they end up using a bunch of water to cool down the centers. Some of them say that it brings a lot of jobs, and a lot of the research is, yes, there's construction jobs, but after the fact, there's not a lot of jobs. It's just an empty building, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories full of computers. And the important thing is that it doesn't need a lot of amendments, so there's not a lot of public input. They're just built, and our residents don't know about it. So the reason why I wanted to bring it up was that we're aware of some of these challenges, and hopefully if we do get some interest in an AI data center, that we have some sort of input on it.
So, I don't know, Mr. CAO, if you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, we've had, over the years, a number of data centers approach. At the end of the day, Hydro One is the responsible one for the power. In most cases, they can't get the power. Water is not really an issue, but it's the hydro aspect. Water, in fact, we take more users of water because it lowers everyone else's bill if we had a taker of water, but it's the hydro. So most of these get shut down. That's why there's not a lot built in Ontario, because the hydro availability, or in the eastern United States, the hydro availability is just not there. So it's not a thing that is viable right now unless there's more capacity.
Okay, I just wanted to bring awareness to it, and what Serge did say was that the province needs to work with the hydro companies to ensure that they can produce the amount of hydro, and we're already talking, our grid can't hold what we're already doing, plus if we're going to electric vehicles, plus if we go to AI data centers. So that was just more for information. And then the third one was, I just got the article, and sorry, Mr. Gallagher, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this, but there's an article in the Review a couple of hours ago. The NRP launches formalized neighborhood watch program, and I brought this up before, and I know that Mr. Gallagher said that it would be coming out, but I haven't had a chance to read it, so maybe if Mr. Gallagher can give us the update on this hot off the press news.
I don't know if are you prepared, or?
Yes, through the mayor, I did have a conversation with the NRP core unit. They'll be responsible for rolling out the neighborhood watch. But as you're well aware, it just came out a couple hours ago, so I haven't had a chance to look at it in depthly, but I will.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if you were part of it, so maybe if we can have some sort of report at the next meeting, would that be possible?
Sure, yes.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got another, is that to that point? Yeah, I got Councillor Carrio next, and then I got Councillor Baldinelli. Judge?
I lost my train. Oh, got some calls complaining about stop signs. Never had calls about stop signs before. The person said she woke up and there was a stop sign in her, on her street. I said, no, it's not possible. Yeah, no. So I said, no, the city has to come around and you have to do a petition. She said, no, it just appeared on her street. And nobody asked the neighbors or anything. I don't know, can that happen?
Let's see if we can get, I think I know somebody that can answer this question. He's got his tie on today. Mr. Bilodeau.
Mr. Mayor, I'm so happy we have a traffic question today.
Yeah.
So what staff had done is we had reviewed all of the locations in the city where there's no traffic control. On some local roads, historically, there's been no stop sign or yield sign at these locations. Because a lot of the neighborhoods are in older areas that we're seeing growth of vegetation, trees, shrubs, residents are adding fences, it's restricting the sight lines at these intersections now. So staff went to every intersection where there was no control, and we had recommended whether a stop sign or a yield sign should be installed there. This was approved through a bylaw amendment. Staff have delegated authority to do that in these type of situations. But we'd be happy to bring back a fulsome report on why and what our methodology was in these locations. But wherever a stop sign was installed, rest assured that it was reviewed and it is warranted because sight lines are impacted. We're a little bit past April Fools, but yeah, we...
Well, what's your thoughts? I mean, we're going to get a report after it's done. Are they all up? Or is there more going out?
We reviewed over 150 locations. Most need something, and we're systematically installing them throughout the summer.
So then, if you want to freeze the program until we get a report. Yeah, well, yeah.
Of course, I'd be happy to send a report to the next meeting.
Yeah, it's frozen right now. No, because in fairness to the residents, nobody calls staff to complain, they call us to complain. And signs went up without a report, no notification. People are upset in my neighborhood too, very upset. So, and I know it's for their own good, but it's poor communication. We could do a better job communicating, right? We can do a better job communicating. Yes?
And through you, do the stop signs, like sometimes they have like a new or a flash?
Yeah, they say that on them.
They
now.
do say that,
Yeah.
so, okay. Surprise.
No, you.
It might be a bouquet and not a brick, though. Were they complaining or were they happy?
Yeah, we can tell. So do you want to make that a motion then, Counselor Carrier? Okay, you're seconding that? Okay. Motion by Counselor Carrier, seconded by Counselor Christobrowski, that we're gonna stop the program till we get the report from staff, and that's where we'll give it its green light at that point, not before. Get it? I'm using a traffic analogy. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Counselor Baldinelli?
Well, through you, Mayor. That's funny, because I requested a stop sign and got refused.
Take Counselor Carrio's friends. You could use that
Oh,
one.
in a traffic area, I thought needed it, but I mean, buses stop.
Double check.
I don't know.
The rules might have changed.
I want to find out what the other one. Yeah. My business is related to crossing guards and stuff like that. I know that we had discussed around St. Mike's and the amount of traffic, and we needed some kind of flashing like that. We had seen up in Calgary when we went to the FCN last year, and I noticed, like, for example, on Dorchester Road, near McLeod Road, I forget the name of the school. James Warren, exactly. James Warren has the pylons and the lights and everything, but yet you go up the street and St. Thomas More is right there, and it's bad. A lot more runway to get going quicker. I walked by there, and the discussions with the crossing guard, she's put in information and said it's very dangerous. People don't stop. Why would we have one on James Morton and not at that location? So I'd like staff to come back with a report on all schools, on main roads, Dorchester, any kind of regional road, Drummond, where crossing guards are, to assist them, blowing a whistle and putting up this thing, the lights would be really, I know there's a little cost, but I mean, you're saving kids and you're, accidents from happening, and, just one accident, and then we're going to be saying we had a chance. So I'd like them to come back with a report and find out exactly where we should have these set up and helping the crossing guards and safety for the children.
Okay, so is that a direction,
Please,
direction
yes.
staff? 'Cause if
Yes,
not- okay.
direction staff.
So is that good? Anything you want to comment to that one, Mr. Bilodeau?
Thank you.
Ty?
I'm getting good use of this today. I'd just like to add that staff review each of these locations individually. Where we had concerns with poor compliance, history of collisions, conflicts, we did install those lights. Those lights are around $10,000 per location, so we want to be prudent in installing them at the most economical locations where they make the most sense, where there's the biggest benefits. We have them in front of Mary Ward, Orchard Park, James Morton. We added them in front of St. Mary's this year. There's probably around 10 locations that don't have them because a need hadn't been identified yet. If there is, we would review it and do it systematically at that point. Instead of blanketing all locations, I'd recommend that you direct staff to review all the locations before the end of school and come up with a recommendation in the 2027 budget.
That's good.
Great. But if they want stop signs or yields, we got those. They're ready to go.
Well, if you have, I don't understand. I mean, I understand James Morton, but the street's the same, and traffic backs up to Stoke Street. I told you that before on Dorchester Road. And when it's 3 to 4 o'clock, most streets in Niagara Falls are backed up everywhere because of, the infrastructure is poor. So kids are coming out at that time. So it's important that we make sure that, and we have a lot, I'm sorry to say, but we have a lot of poor drivers out on the road right now. Yes, more than we had before. So we need to make sure that the kids are protected. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, to that point, actually, we spoke about the McLeod Road and Keeler intersection earlier. I believe the major problem there is the turning lane is not long enough, turning signal. it's not long enough, because there are 4 schools commuters, the traffic gets backed up all the way past the McGarry sometimes in the morning. So if you can have a look, if the staff can have a look at it and maybe see if region can change the
Timing?
turn timing, yes.
Yeah, we are, through the mayor, we're getting traffic counts undertaken right now. The challenge is 2 of the 4 approaches do not have advanced left turn lanes, so we're gonna need to enhance the traffic signal equipment in that area. It was originally planned to be included in the McLeod Road reconstruction project, but staff is going to advance that sooner, so we have it done in time for school start in September.
Perfect, thank you. And I just want, Mr. Mayor, I want to give shout out to our General Manager of BILAC, Chris Gallagher, for organizing the human trafficking information session at the Falls View Casino. That was very well done and very well attended, so I just want to thank Chris for taking a lead on it. And I think a few of us were there, and we all learned a lot that day. So thank you, Chris.
Good job, Chris. Great job. All right, is there anyone else that has any other new business? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to bylaws. Motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Newestate to give the bylaws the first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? That's great. And looking for a motion for adjournment. Councillor Patel, Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? And we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Go Habs, go.